Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hello. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Happy afternoon. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey.
Mary Santora is with us as well.
Yo.
How's everybody feeling?
All right.
You know, today's one of those days where you wake up and you think that you know how to spell chloroform, but you realize you don't.
It's a PH, right?
I've never.
Is it a CH? Is it a CL? Is it a...
I've never woken up and been like, oh, it's called chloroform.
Maybe it's just
I
me.
still
Is it
can't
just
say
me?
Congrats.
Is it
Oh, I can
just
spell-
me?
I spell congrats because I can't spell congratulations.
Why can't you spell congratulations?
There's too many things start happening after the T, and I go, no, congrats. They know what I mean.
I'm taking off the ulations and just adding an S.
Yeah.
So you're pulling out the ulation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I bet you know how to spell ulation.
Yeah, but when you put it all
Put
together,
that in between the congrat and the S.
you can. No.
That's why around...
Because if I start spelling it out, I'll be thinking about ulation the whole time, and I'll start putting that too early because, I don't know, my brain doesn't work like that with the old dyslexia.
You'll be filling out a graduation card or something, and it'll say ulations congrat.
Yeah.
Is how you'd write it out.
Something like that.
I understand. No, it's like when, people are graduating high school or college, and there's a party, and they've got a banner that says, congratulations. It's just an A-plus top-tier academic pun because you're congratulating them, but they've also graduated. So Mary, you writing this down? So
I'm taking notes, yes.
Graduation is solid. Hey, if you'd like to join us today, we're here theoretically for your entertainment.
What couldn't you spell?
Chloroform.
Chloroform.
Did
you need to spell it for a reason?
Bill, see me after the show, will you?
No.
I
gotta
can't.
go. I got things to do.
I can't.
Hang out
It'll
after the
only
show.
take
I feel like
5
you talk about it now.
seconds. Right. Like trichloromethane, of course I can spell that, but I wake up and I go, oh, God, how can I one and not the other? If you want to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Those would be the phone numbers in here. If you want to send me a text, you can certainly do it there. 35192 is where I will see all the texts. I won't respond to all of them, but if you tickle my fancy in a particular way or anything else gets tickled, then I will sometimes respond to the text. And, of course, I'm going to see if I can say this with a straight face. Give me a second. I'm going to try to say it with a straight face. You can listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. Okay, I did it. I just want to make sure that I can do it because people are sending me all of their, for whatever reason, we're back to this mishigas where commercials are just being inserted into the middle of the program here when people try to listen on the podcast, despite the fact that when I'm putting the podcast together over the course of every day's show, I specifically put the advertisements or the blank spots where they will roll advertisements. I put them in very specific. I'm not going to do that anymore because clearly it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
They just put them in there. So the silver lining of all this, of course, is that people are sending me clips of them trying to listen to the show and it being constantly interrupted by advertisements. Here's one for you. If you listen to us, this is from yesterday's show.
Okay.
So not like this is some issue of a bygone era. Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Man, you're better than me. I don't remember. What was yesterday? Monday?
Monday. We talked about
exactly
Captain Fun's Floating Fandango for a few segments.
All right.
And that's pretty much all I got.
All right. If you listen to us from out of state on the app, tell me where you do that. I know it's not always easy to listen on the app. It's as though this company is daring you to try to get through a single episode of this program. But
with over 50 county and local fairs across the state this summer.
Pretty good, because it's super,
purpose.
super important. Well, that's the conclusion people are coming to, because it's at these weird intervals. Here's another one. Some of them are funnier than others. Alan, I first saw a picture of a vagina when I was 8.
Been hungry for some college football?
That one rules.
Come on.
That's terrible.
So you can understand why people are thinking that this is something being done on purpose, except that it's not. I would love it if it was being done on purpose. It's not. It's not. It's some kind of incompetence. I mean, as much as we're constantly running promos and crowing about how we're the world's #1 audio company, whatever they say this week, and we can't figure that out. So I'm not going to manually put spots in there for ads anymore, because that is for where they're supposed to go. But if they're just going to be put in there willy-nilly, and I apologize if you've got children in the car for my salty language, okay?
Willy-nilly?
I don't throw willy-nilly around all... That's the word I'm looking for. Anyway, I'm just saying that, and I know that I'm not alone. I know that I'm not alone in my frustration. I know that I'm not alone in your frustration. You are alone in your frustration, because obviously I'm not in your head. But I'm not alone in this frustration. Bill has called me promptly every night for the past week between 10:45 and 11 p.m., just racked with concern over this podcast. And I've genuinely had to talk him down. And but he sounds fine today. I mean, unless you're hiding it really, really well.
Doing my best.
But if you are able to listen to us on the iHeartRadio, and again, there's no rhyme or reason to it, because I have all kinds of people going, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never had any problems with it. So I genuinely don't know what it is, because there's other like non-iHeart shows, because we have every goddamn podcast on the app. And some of them don't do that. I don't know. I guess I'm just lucky that this happens. I think it happens on RMG too. I'm sure they've talked about it. And if not, they probably will be, because it comes and goes, and it seems to be pervasive. I can't even talk.
Dude, you gotta get it together, man.
I do have to get it together. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get it together. And we'll go from there. Thank you to Josh in Binghamton, by the way. He's one of our bureau chiefs. He's the one that sent me that vagina clip. I appreciate it. Alan, I first saw a picture of a vagina when I was 8.
Been hungry for some college football? Well, we finally get a taste this.
Anywho, going to take a break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you later on, a little further down the road in the show, 5:30. $1,000 and a trip for you and a friend to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. But they'll figure out where to put the ads properly in that thing when they air it. And text for anything else. 35192. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One. And $1,000.
Just added to the superstar lineup, The Weeknd.
Give it up for The Weeknd.
A$AP Rocky. And a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
iHeartRadio, thank you for being here.
All part of an incredible weekend full of headlines.
packing it with so much goodness.
Chock full of info. And tons of fantasy football podcasts with expert advice for you to win your fantasy league. It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 4-800-348-1007. Feel free to watch live if you're so inclined. Throw it up on some big screen. At AlanCoxShow.com. Guardians lose both halves of that doubleheader yesterday to the Kansas City Royals. 9-4 was the final last night. 4-3 was the loss earlier in the day. They're halfway through that series. They'll play them again tonight and then tomorrow afternoon. So they got a shot to even it up. 6:40 tonight is going to be your first pitch. We'll get you right into it. Royals, Guardians tonight on the Buzzard. And then they stick around through the weekend to host the Pittsburgh Pirates of Pennsylvania. Before the Guardians hit the road to play the Royals in Kansas City, they'll play the Dodgers, and then they will go to Chicago to play the beleaguered. I mean, beleaguered is too soft regarding the Chicago White Sox. Beleaguered sounds like they're just having a couple of problems.
Beleaguered sounds like there's circumstances beyond their control, like there were some injuries or some sort of natural disaster, something like that.
That's the best description I've heard of this year's Chicago White Sox. A natural disaster.
Mm-hmm.
These are people who are talented in their sport. Theoretically, they're highly paid, and they are terrible. The first team to get to 100 losses, the fastest since the beginning of the 20th century. So Guardians in Chicago to play the White Sox the 9th. But, whoa, that's fitting. Their last game in that series will be September the 11th.
Oh, there you go. Never
there
forget.
you go. Hashtag never forget. And I bet they never will. By the way, it happened again on the app during this break. And not one of those national ads. This sounded like a local ad.
Alan, I first saw a picture of a vagina when I was 8.
Frustrated Incorporated.
I don't know what they sell, but I hope that we're getting. I hope they're getting top dollar for that.
They sell great rock songs that pull on your heartstrings.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Frustrated Incorporated.
Yeah.
All right. A little early aughts pop punk. They're going for.
Well, I mean, Soul Asylum, right?
They have a song called Frustrated Incorporated. Is that what he was singing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he was screwing around.
Soul Asylum
it didn't
song.
click with me.
Yeah.
Okay. I never really got down with Soul Asylum. I know Runaway Train. I know Long Way Down's Goo Goo Dolls. Runaway Train.
Runaway Train was really their...
Somebody to Shove.
Yeah, Somebody to Shove, yeah.
I was never down with Soul Asylum. The dude was banging Winnie Ryder for a while. That was cool. But that's their song. Okay, yeah. Frustrated Incorporated. Well,
I
listen.
You would have known that one.
No, Brian will. Brian's
all over the map.
He really is.
He's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
What you see is a mess, Mary. I see as a beautiful constellation of musical challenges and puzzles to solve. The guy's like a Rubik's Cube, and I'm terrible with those, so I didn't get the Soul Asylum reference. Speaking of your Cleveland Guardians, there are only a few days remaining in the month of August. Sunday, unbelievably, is September the 1st. And with it will come a brand new promo code over there at CLE Clothing Company. All through the month of August, if you wanted to get something, you could just go in there and say, Lake. Just like that. Apropos of nothing, no context, walk in, slap a T-shirt or a hoodie or something out on the counter, and look at them square in the eye, like you're cheersing them. You know when you cheers someone, you're supposed to look them right in the eye or it's bad luck? That's what I was taught. And then just say, Lake. Well, you can only do that for a few more days, and then Sunday, September begins, and with it, the brand new promo code. Would anyone like to take a stab at that?
It's football season. I'm going to go touchdown.
It is not touchdown. That's a really good
Is it a football thing?
guess. I feel like I can't tell you that. Of course I can tell you that. It is not a football thing. It is not touchdown. Nope.
It is school.
It is not school.
Does it make sense with autumn, fall type stuff? Pumpkin spice.
Ish. No, not. Boy, they started pumpkin spice season early, didn't they?
I felt like, and before Labor Day? I mean, come on.
Everything gets pushed up pretty soon. You know how people go, oh, it's not, like 4th of July, they start putting up Halloween decorations and stuff, but.
That's my entire timeline on social media right now. It's spooky season. Oh,
Yeah.
my witchy girls.
Yup. You gals, you love you some Halloween.
Why wouldn't you?
promo code.
Why would you have a personality when you can just be Halloween?
Well, I mean, listen, it's not for me, but if people who are like, hey, it's fall, I like Halloween, I got no problem with that, really. It's your life. You do what you want to. It's the people that are like in March who are like, nah, I can't. Okay, fine, whatever. Listen, you got to live your life, right?
The promo code for September is 11th.
It is not. It is never forget. No, the promo code for the month of September is Guardian.
Oh.
I mean, they will be playing fall ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Guardian is going to be your promo code there once Sunday hits, and then however many days there are in September. It's like 30. I thought this was a leap year. Aren't there 31 days in September in a leap year?
No.
Oh.
You're all over the place.
Yeah.
You gotta take a nap, brother. Figure it out.
I'm having a bit of fun with you, Mary, but apparently
I think
not.
that you are. I think you're losing
That's
your
got to
mind.
be a two-way street.
I guess
I think
so.
you're losing your mind.
Apparently not. I'm here to ask questions, and you
Don't
have
like
to be
questions.
all Miss Ne'er-do-well, whatever it is.
I'm gonna do well.
No, of course I
always do
realize that a
well.
leap year doesn't affect September. You're such a silly goose. I got a letter about the cruise. Captain Fun's floating Fandango was on Saturday, and if you missed it, boy, you missed it. Mike, Alan, my wife, and I were on the cruise this past weekend, and I heard you mention that Intense Randy had made his way onto the boat, and he said, coincidentally, where we were seated, the very top deck there, Randy and his companion were seated 2 tables away from us, and they spent the entire time shouting at each other to the point where everyone around them was stopping and staring, and no one seemed to understand what was happening. The yelling only got louder. At one point, we distinctly heard the woman shout, "Randy, you piece of shrimp." At that moment, we collectively realized that must be Intense Randy.
Obviously.
If that was the toned-down version of him, Mike said, I'd be curious to see what normal Intense Randy is. But again, that's why I gave him that nickname, because he is, he's nice. He truly is. He's a lot. He's intense. Remember when we did the Guardians opening day broadcast a few years ago when we were doing this silly impromptu dance contest, and he got in there.
To win tickets to the game.
Yeah, started doing the worm on the floor of the pizza shop, the whole thing. So say what you want, but he takes life by the horns, and he doesn't let go. Dedicated. You must live every day like it's your last, because, they tell me, one day it will be. And then what were you going to do? Interesting.
What will you gonna do, Alan?
What will you gonna do? Now who needs to get it together?
You do.
What will you gonna do? I'm Rob Lowe. This is The Floor. I had a Zoom call earlier today with an endorsement client. And these rooms are not set up for those Zoom meetings, so I do it on my phone. And they're fine.
I can show you how to do it.
I'm sorry?
I can show you how to do it.
I don't care. I can just as easily do it on my phone. Oh, I can get the video to come up, but nobody can hear me through the board. And I'm not going to start changing a bunch of settings for something that's going to take 15 minutes. I can easily do it on my phone. But people over at Zoom there, Zoom did exist before COVID. It was a company. Nobody had ever heard of it before unless your company happened to be using Zoom. But obviously it really blew up over COVID. And I was reading a thing the other day that Zoom put out this press release that they had unveiled a groundbreaking capability to have 1 million people on one of their webinars. 1 million people on a Zoom call. I mean, first of all, that means, do the math with me. It means at least 5,000 of those people are going to get caught masturbating. But also, they're bad enough if you have 4 or 5 people on a Zoom call. What would you possibly need 1 million people on a Zoom call for?
At that point, isn't that just like streaming where you have...
Yes.
Because you're not calling all those people up. You're not like letting them participate in the meeting. That's
Maybe you are.
That's like something you could just do on YouTube.
Zoom announces they have invented YouTube.
Or television.
We've expanded our capacity to invent television. We're revolutionizing. Yeah, I didn't really dig into the press release, but I got one the other day, and I was like, okay, we can accommodate huge events. And so, 10,000 people, but 1 million people. If you've ever spent an appreciable amount of time on Zoom, like I said, even with 15 people, it seems like it never worked exactly the way you wanted it to.
I would say even with one person, it's kind of unbearable.
A little bit. That's a FaceTime.
I'm talking like you Zoom with us every day.
Oh, yes. That's unbearable. I'm not on the same page as you guys yet.
What's happening? Are you okay?
I'm not.
Did you guys all smoke crack today? What's going on?
I didn't smoke crack.
Did you smoke crack? That's Bill's only thought. Did you guys smoke crack?
What happened?
If you did it without me, I'm gonna be so mad.
No, I had a very eventful morning, and not in a great way, not in a bad way, but like
I saw your cat puke.
My stupid freaking cat. You hear that? You know that noise you hear?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when it's coming from a cat, it's terrible.
And so I'm laying there, and I bolt up at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm looking around, and I can't find her, and she's at the foot of my bed. And I heard that she started puking, and I tried to, like, lift her to get her off of my bed, and then it just ran down the entire side of my bed. So now it's 4:30 in the morning, and I got to get up and take my sheets off and clean up the puke. And
what did she eat? Do you know?
I think she was just mad.
Cats puke when they're mad?
Cats puke when they're upset. Yeah.
What magical animals.
They really are.
Yeah.
And if it's not a hairball, the only time she ever throws up is when she's pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
And I was gone all weekend, so I'm assuming, and Sarah's mom is here. So not only was I gone, but now there's an extra person in the house that she doesn't know.
So this is a pet.
Who pukes on your stuff.
Putting the pet in petty. This is a pet who, when they get mad, they go, well, screw you, I'm just going to vomit.
Yeah.
That would be an amazing talent. It'd be like an X-Man power for a person.
Just puke when you're mad.
I'm sorry, I vomit when I get mad. Yeah. You don't want to see me angry. Be puke all over this. You don't know what I had for lunch. You better stay on my good side.
Yeah, so to be woken up out of a dead sleep, and then it took me way longer than it should have because my eyes aren't open yet. So I didn't get to lay back down in my bed until 6 o'clock, and then I couldn't fall back asleep. So then I was up until 7:30, and then I had therapy over the phone at 10, and so it's just been a...
Did you talk about the cat for the whole hour?
We did not. I'm working on my forgiveness packets.
Does that include your cat?
No, she's not a person. She's never
You didn't
done
say
anything.
person. You said forgiveness packets.
Right, but they're mostly...
You don't have any, irrespective of what you have to forgive people for, none of them have vomited all over your bed because they were slightly angry with you.
What? That's...
Oh, you've had someone
true.
puke on your bed because they were mad at you?
Not because they were mad at me because they were drunk, but they might have gotten drunk because they were mad at me. But
touche.
Yeah.
Gotten drunk because they were mad at you.
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying they might have been.
Might
mad,
have, yeah.
And that might have fueled those shots. Who knows?
I see.
Real quick, I've brought up the forgiveness packets before and working through them with my dad and now current alive family members. I posted a link on my Instagram story. A lot of people reached out to me and was like, Mary, hey, what's up? Can you send me this forgiveness packet or can you just let me know what it's about? I found the link. It's at Mary Santora Comedy. Go to my story. It's there. It's a website. Hold on. Called...
This is where we can see the one that you filled out. This is fun.
No, you don't get to see my answers.
Oh, we're going to do that on the show.
But it's called therapistaid.com.
Is it spelled P-I-S-S-E-D?
No. Therapist Aid. And there's worksheets, videos, articles, interactive things you can do on your phone. And it's every topic. It's forgiveness, grief, setting boundaries, all kinds of stuff. So if you want to check that out, I linked it. And then, anger, anxiety, education, grief, positive psychology, relationships, self-esteem, like so many different types of things. And like it seems dumb to do like a workbook to learn how to forgive someone, but some of us need a little more guidance than others, but that link is up, therapistaid.com. I know a lot of people ask me about that.
Well, the whole point of journaling for people is that things feel or seem more real when you write them down.
Yeah.
So I would imagine it's part of that.
Well, and it asks what seem like very basic little kid questions.
2 + 2.
Yes.
5.
9.
My dad hates me.
Yes.
Oh.
I got beat with a belt. But no, it'll say like, describe the injustice and how it made you feel at the time.
Injustice.
Yes,
Wow, this jumped up a notch.
Yes.
Injustice.
It is an injustice.
Wow.
Well,
I wore these boots and they didn't say they liked them.
So it's
all right.
But then it's therapy phrasing. So it's like they describe the person as the wrongdoer. It's little prompts that seem very dumb, and you look at it, you're like, I'm 35. This is so friggin' stupid. Why do I have to do this? And then I did it, and it really helped. So,
I don't think 35 has anything to do with it. There's people still, figuring things out. So
you should understand your Well,
no,
should, but whatever. Be able to identify stuff.
Yeah, but you also have been such a. Everybody does it on their own timeline, and you were using alcohol as a coping mechanism for so long, and these are a lot of things I imagine that aren't just from your dad passing away. There's a lot of other stuff that's unresolved.
Oh,
that
from childhood,
yeah,
dude.
from childhood, especially. You had a very chaotic childhood.
Yeah,
that I imagine there's a lot to unpack there. So yeah, don't be like, oh, I should have had this all figured out by the time I'm 35. There's people that never get that stuff figured out.
In today's session,
I mean, I did so easy, but because it's not hard.
Well, clearly, you're not a paperwork guy, though.
Right,
so you're not gonna. He's not gonna do a forgiveness packet. Not
I did
super
a
into
forgiveness book on tape.
There you go.
A forgiveness podcast is what he listens to.
Today's session, we're going through a living family member and my issues with them and our relationship. Let
me guess, the sister who hangs out with your friend behind your back.
How'd you know?
Because I know ya.
It's all about Bill this session.
Yep, I knew it.
No, but
I knew it.
It, of course, ended up going back to my dad, and my therapist is like, we got to do this. We got to work through it. You can't just keep getting right there. But
does that website have a glossary of terms?
Therapistaid.com. Let me pull it
up.
You
mentioned the word emotions. I'm unclear what that.
Well, it says explore tools by topic, and then it's like anger, anxiety, art, CBT.
Yeah.
Cognitive behavioral therapy, I think is what that's called.
Mm-hmm.
Communication, depression, education. Emotions is a general. I could click emotions and see what it says. Emotion training tools. Printable emotion faces, emotion cards.
Emotion cards. There you go.
Wheel of Emotions, How I Feel packet.
I think that was an Ohio Players song, Wheel of Emotions.
Yeah, there's one for adults and for children.
Mm-hmm. Which one should I use?
To help you identify your emotions.
Ah. All right.
But yeah, it seems to be, and you don't have to be a therapist or anything to use it. You just go on there and click what you need. But yeah, so when the cat puked all over my crap, and then I was up, and then I was tired, and then I was emotional, and then, so that's why I'm not exactly on the joke page yet. But I'll get there with you guys. I'll try to go along better.
Well, do me a favor and just let me know when you're on the joke page with us.
Okay.
And then Bill and I will fill out our forgiveness packets for you.
You should. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Taking steps to be a better man. Good for you.
No.
Yeah. We won't be frustrated incorporated.
Frustrated in. People are telling me that song is called Misery by Soul Asylum. Okay. Well, there you go.
I just know it's by Soul Asylum.
Uh-huh.
I had the tape.
You had the Soul Asylum tape.
I had that album.
Was that on Grave Dancers Union or whatever it was?
Oh, my gosh. It's like my therapist's ears are burning. She just sent me a new packet called the Reality Acceptance Worksheet.
There you go.
I don't like this at all. I have to list
give us some questions.
5 realities I am refusing to accept.
Oh, Jesus.
This sucks, dude.
She's like, flat Earth. 9/11 was an inside job.
Behaviors I do when I am refusing to accept a reality may look like a tantrum, giving up, manipulating, arguing. how I experience suffering when I refuse to accept reality. So that's what I mean, where it's like, it seems so dumb and basic, but apparently, I don't know how to do it.
Can you think of an actual reality you're not accepting, though?
Yes, I know exactly what she wants me to write down.
Oh, okay.
I have a very hard time.
Women aren't funny.
Accepting that women are funny. Yes. It's very difficult for me. It's causing a lot of problems here in New York.
I remember this song, Misery. Yeah, I remember this song, of course. All right, well, I'm going to take a break so Mary can try to accept her reality.
Gotta do something.
That she's not on the joke page yet. And we'll come back. I'll have Coal Chamber tickets for you. They've pushed their show back a bit, so it's going to happen in April at the Agora. But I will have a couple tickets for you. Get some Guardians passes a little bit later on when the Tampa Bay Rays are in town. And yada, yada. 35192 on a text for anything else. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see it your way.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Spicy strawberry puree with Sprite.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, you want to get to the Agora to see Coal Chamber and Fear Factory with some special guests. They have moved the show to Saturday, April the 5th. So we'll be into 2025 by the time Dez and the gang get here. Coal Chamber with Fear Factory. Special guest Twisted. Those guys go out with ICP a lot. Wednesday 13 and Black Satellite. It's a wild lineup. I'm sure you break out the guy liner. Saturday, April 5 at the world famous Agora. You can go to axs.com for the details. Caller 10. This pair is yours. Good luck. Coal Chamber, Fear Factory, and more. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Have you ever been impregnated with excitement? Well, it looks like you're showing. Welcome back to your new daddy, Alan Cox.
On WMMS.
They were doing tests on some 17th century brain matter in Italy. Mummy skulls and stuff in a crypt. 17th century. And they said it tested positive for cocaine.
Oh. It's
You
still
know,
in there?
so there's a 17th century mummy preserves or whatever. Human preserves, tested positive for cocaine. Found in some crypt. It was a burial site near a major hospital back then in Italy. They ran toxicology tests on brain matter scraped from skulls. And they found active components signifying cocaine. You know, it's less of a shock, but still...
You know, they did the same thing to you. You know what they found?
When they scraped my skull?
Yeah, no brain matter. Burn.
BillSquire.com for tickets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's less surprising because it's all out there in the water, but they were a couple of weeks ago, they were talking about how sharks off the coast of Rio in Brazil were testing positive for cocaine. You know, with the frequency with which all drugs wash up on shore, that doesn't surprise me so much. They were pulling this species called sharp-nosed sharks. They're small, they live up to their name, and they're all over the coasts of Brazil. And they found cocaine in the systems of a lot of them. And so they're left to wonder what that means on the local environment and whatever. But all I'm left to think is, am I the only thing that hasn't done cocaine ever? I mean, 17th century mummies. Sharks. Off the coast of Brazil. Bears. Right. Tigers. It's so pervasive now that I'm going to end up doing it unbeknownst to me. I'm going to end up like, I don't know. I'm going to do something and there's going to be cocaine residue on it. And I'm going to break my streak. I don't want to do it accidentally. I've gone this long without doing it. But the mummy stuff is pretty wild. Sharks on cocaine. RFK Jr.'s cutting whales' heads off. Did you see that story?
Yeah.
Oh,
dude.
God. How long did this guy have a brainworm, by the way?
I don't know.
Wasn't the brainworm only like 10 years ago? His daughter, you know, RFK Jr.'s daughter has been, her name is Kick Kennedy, and she has been showing up on Page 6 with Ben Affleck. So I don't know if he is seeking solace after the dissolution of his marriage with J-Lo. I don't know if he's seeking solace in the arms of RFK Jr.'s daughter. But this guy's wild. You know, he bailed from his own presidential campaign. He went very specifically, he called a press conference, and I don't know, it sounds like a distinction without a difference, but he goes, I'm not stopping my campaign, I'm just suspending it, which in politics is the same thing. If you're suspending your campaign, you're not spending any money on outreach, you're not spending your money on advertising. You're going to throw what you hope is your weight and influence behind another candidate. Because he had a brainworm, that candidate, of course, ends up being Donald Trump. But his daughter is like, yeah, when I was a kid, and this is hot off the heels of the story about how he dumped a bear cub in Central Park because he couldn't get it home in time to put it in the freezer or something, right? This guy's got a beef with wildlife. I mean, listen, okay, I'm out there plowing over otters and raccoons, but that's purely accidental. I didn't pull over to cut its head off. I don't have, like, active animus for animals, if you will.
His whole thing is real weird.
He's got a thing going on. So this Kit Kennedy was, they had done a profile on her for one of those highfalutin magazines, you know, stuff like if you live in the Hamptons.
Highfalutin Monthly.
The Highfalutin Monthly, that's right.
I think it's
yes,
quarterly. Yeah.
it is quarterly.
Mm-hmm.
They've been hit as hard as anyone else with the downturn in the magazine business. So far, it used to be Highfalutin magazine. They dropped the G and put an apostrophe because it was more.
They wanted to make it more for the people.
Yeah, for the people, and it was a budgetary cut.
Saving ink.
When she was 6, she said her dad chopped the head off of a whale that washed up in Hyannisport. That's a fancy place too, right? I think, isn't that where like the Bushes used to vacation? And it is, of course, the Bushes would be there. The Kennedys, it's a long time, you know, Kennedy haunt and compound and the whole thing. She said because of her dad's love of studying animal skulls and skeletons, he cut the head off of a whale. Now, it's dead. It wasn't a live thrashing whale that had washed up. It's dead. I guess he happened to have a chainsaw with him. Do you keep a chainsaw in the trunk or anything like that, by the way, of your muscle car? Do you keep a muscle saw in the trunk of your muscle car?
No.
Okay. Well,
I
RFK Jr. does. And, you know, when you're out and about, just spending some time with your 6-year-old daughter, in this case, a young Kit Kennedy, he cut the whale's head off and then strapped the dead whale's head to the car, and then the 5-hour trip to their home. Sounds like it was a lot of fun for her.
Well, then they said they tied it to the car with the windows down, and they're sprayed by the whale juices. So
whale juices.
He made them. He cut like a mouth hole, like a breathing hole, in garbage bags, and they rode the rest of the way home with garbage bags over their bodies.
She said that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. It was? Boy, rich people are different,
yeah, man,
aren't
that's
they?
not good.
They are different. That was normal day-to-day stuff.
It's not good stuff.
Every time we accelerated on the highway, she said whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Love rank. You can bring that back as an adjective. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger. Oh, what a trip. Yeah, so, you know, it wasn't even a month ago where the stories about him were, I found a dead bear in the road, and I was going to take it home, put it in the freezer to eat it. But I tossed it.
Thought it was funny to throw into the park.
In Central Park,
Mm-hmm.
yes. So, yeah. This dude, boy, he's got some stuff going on. And it would be weird, too, to kind of talk about these things because, yes, by any measure, it's a strange story. But it's also your story. You were a kid and a Kennedy and everything that goes with that. The closest thing that American culture and politics have to royalty were the Kennedys. And that name, I think maybe the fumes of that name might finally be coming to an end because I think that a large part of his candidacy was he thought he'd be a spoiler candidate simply because his name is Kennedy. And, Chris Pratt is married to a Kennedy, right? Isn't he married to Schwarzenegger? Maria Shriver is a Kennedy.
Yeah, she's a Kennedy.
He's married to Katherine Schwarzenegger. So Kennedy by marriage. Maybe Ben Affleck will end up being a Kennedy by marriage. They got the Massachusetts thing going on. A lot of friends of J-Lo, by the way, were talking some shrimp on Ben Affleck. Although if you saw the photo of him getting some Uber Eats to his house, this guy was smiling ear to ear, boy. So either he was really, really excited about the pad thai, or he's out there feeling himself because he's got his $20 million bachelor pad. So maybe he had Kick Kennedy over to have some dinner and talk about decapitating marine life. J-Lo's friends say that Ben Affleck simply has a darkness in him that cannot be fixed. And that is, let me check my notes. Every guy. J-Lo truly believed.
It's so funny, but yeah.
J-Lo believed.
You can't fix us, ladies. You keep trying. You're not gonna.
No, I'm
I'm
so happy that you keep trying. I mean, you gotta let. If there's women that you care about, women that you love, you have to let them scoop some out of you.
A little bit.
A little or a lot. It's just that we fill it back up. And it's beyond our control. And some people don't fall into that category. I have men in my own life, relatives, friends, who are they're just able to surf those waves, and I'm in awe of them. But Ben Affleck is not one of those guys. So J-Lo gets all caught up in this, and maybe she sounds like that kind of gal. I mean, she has been married a bunch of times. You don't do that unless you love. And she said that she just didn't stop to consider who the actual man was in her fairy tale. Except they did this before 18 years ago. You think if anybody knew Ben Affleck, it would be J-Lo. And that's the thing. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
I just say accept his darkness for what it is.
Yeah, but what is it?
But you don't have to either, though.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
That's right.
But it's a good point.
You don't have to. But, again.
Because he's still sober and stuff, right?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But also,
maybe he needs to do a forgiveness packet. Do they have darkness packets, Mary?
I don't know. Probably. You have to look it up.
The guy was Batman. Why do you think he was so good at that?
The worst.
I don't like people. Yeah, but that's not because of him.
He was good as Batman.
He's a good Batman.
He's a good Batman. You're a good Batman.
I don't like people.
Ben, if you're listening, you're a good Batman.
I don't like people besmirching Batfleck. Mm-hmm. I think he's very good. I don't know who's your least favorite Batman? Who's the George Lazenby of the Batman franchise? Because it can't be. I just don't know.
It's tough.
It's a tough because I kind of like all of them.
Like you say, you mentioned the suit does a lot of the heavy lifting.
It does. The suit does all the work. Michael Keaton said that.
Just because the movie was so bad, the George Clooney Batman is probably the worst just because it was such a stupid movie.
Oh, God, I was clicking around and Batman Forever was on with Kilmer and Nicole Kidman. And it was the first Joel Schumacher one, I think, too. So it was all hot pink and it was Jim Carrey. And I was like, at peak Jim Carrey.
All the neon colors and stuff.
Oh, my God. Drew Barrymore and Debbie Mazar. I'm like, wow, does this thing not hold up?
No.
This is terrible.
But again,
I like Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer was fine.
Yep.
He played it pretty straightforward.
So even if you're, I think Clooney, at least Affleck's been Batman in a couple of movies. I think Clooney was just in the one.
He's the one, and then he did the appearance in The Flash.
Yeah.
Which was,
but not in the suit.
Not in the suit, no. Just as he's an incredible Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
Great Bruce Wayne.
But again, nobody's looking for a good Bruce Wayne. They're looking for a guy to kill it in the suit. So, anywho, Ben Affleck has, I thought it was a strange thing to say. Because what that tells me is that Jennifer Lopez's friends aren't familiar with the inner workings of a man. I don't know who her friends are. I remember he was with that Ana de Armas for a while. Remember that?
Yeah.
Pre-J-Lo, getting back together with her. He was pretty serious with that Ana de Armas, who's really cute. Just adorable. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bummer that those two crazy kids couldn't figure it out. But maybe he'll figure it out with Kick Kennedy. Maybe he will end up...
Is Kick short for something?
Probably. I really...
Short for kicking and screaming.
Well, that's what you do when you're wearing a garbage bag with eye holes cut out of it in the backseat of a car with a whale head on top.
Wait, is RFK married to the 50-year-old lady from SNL that does the kicks?
I like to kick, Sally O'Malley.
Yeah, Sally O'Malley.
I like to kick, stretch, and kick. I'm 50. No, her name is Kick.
It's a great name.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But, yeah, so anyway. But she, she loves her dad. I'll tell you who's having a hard time with all this is Cheryl Hines. He married Cheryl Hines a few years ago. She was Larry David's wife for the first handful of seasons of Curb Your Enthusiasm. And she's an accomplished actress in her own right. But she ain't no right-wing nut job. And it's like she's having a real hard time with this whole thing. And that can't be easy. You love your spouse, but he's out there. I mean, the guy might as well be wearing tinfoil on his head. And I don't know. I hope those crazy kids can make it too. What if in a weird, crazy, and sock this away, because TMZ might drop this, or Perez Hilton or somebody got Perez Hilton later on, and I don't know what he's got lined up. This could be in there. I don't want to blow anything up, but what if in a weird confluence of events, Ben Affleck ends up with Cheryl Hines?
Oh.
And that could be it.
That'd be neat.
They're all...
Crazy. That is not in Perez Hilton right now.
Oh, okay.
As of this moment. But
all right, well, there's an hour plus before Perez Hilton shows up, so who knows what'll be in there. But, and by the way, okay, I'm putting these two things together, but I'm wondering if decapitations are making a comeback. Because, and I'm sure they're going to find out, obviously, anytime there's something is this grisly, they always go, oh, drugs were involved. But there was a dude in Orange County, one of our California bureau chiefs sent me the story, a guy, young dude, 41, decapitates his parents and kills their dog, and lies in the yard when the cops show up singing What's Love Got to Do With It by Tina Turner. So the body camera
it's
stuff.
It's a second-class emotion, so yeah.
I think so. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy chopped his parents' heads off, maybe to drive that point home. But the body cam footage, which is online, this guy is just soaked in blood, and he's walking toward the cops holding what looks like a fork. And so they put a couple of rounds into him, and he's lying there in the yard. And before the 911 call went out, there were some neighbors saying they were being chased by a guy covered in blood carrying a fork. So they go to the house.
Did he eat them?
No, but the mom's head was on the counter. And he's on the ground. He's holding his stomach because they popped a couple into his gut, and he's laying there.
This?
This was in Orange County, California. Oh, my God. So, depending on where you are, California. Depending on where you are,
last
that
time
can...
on the OC.
Oh, boy. Previously, huh?
Yeah. He's laying on the ground, screaming F you, and then telling the deputies he loves them. I'm sorry that you're going to have to die. Then asking them to kill him. And then singing Tina Turner. And then he started singing I Just Called to Say I Love You from Stevie Wonder. And
he's got good taste in music.
Took him to the hospital. You'd think
he's
that
a monster, but like, I Just Called to Say I Love You, and I mean, they're classics.
But what kind of person hears those songs and goes off on a murderous rage. I mean, those songs are tailor-made to put you in a good frame of mind. What's Love Got to Do with It? Not my favorite Tina song, but it's a banger.
It is a banger. And it's,
Stevie
Wonder.
Wonder.
It's kind of like an anti-love song, which I appreciate that. But Stevie Wonder, I just called that one's just 100% sugar. Like, that one's all sweet.
It really is. Well, it didn't stop this guy from...
There's no way your daughter likes that song. Do you even know your daughter?
So anyway, but maybe decapitation is coming back in a big way.
Oh,
because it's only a matter. I'll tell you what. The harder and harder it gets to obtain these lethal injection drugs. It's only a matter of time. You mark my words. It's only a matter of time before the red states start going, well, decapitation. It's quick. The guillotine. What could be a more historically classic form of capital punishment than the guillotine? Greatest thing, all right, behind the Statue of Liberty. Greatest thing we've gotten from the French. And Descartes. Okay, Statue of Liberty, René Descartes, decapitation. All right, I'll stop there. I got a break.
I have a friend that gets way too excited over the word decapitation. And just us talking about it.
But also, when are we going to start, with all of the advances in medical science, these parents could have really benefited from recapitation.
You can't recapitate if you don't decapitate.
That's right.
That's also true. Need one without the other.
Yep. That's neck.
Yin and yang of the universe.
That's right. I try to look at life neck half full, all right?
Neck half on.
Yeah. All right, I got to take a break. You want to go see The Warning? These girls from Mexico who are shredding on stage. They're on the Keep Me Fed tour, and it's coming to Cleveland. They're going to play just in a few weeks, September the 18th. They're going to be over at the Agora. A lot of buzz on these girls, so it should be a great time. I'll have those tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
Just added to the superstar lineup, The Weeknd.
Give it up for The Weeknd.
A$AP Rocky. And a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
iHeartRadio, thank you for being here.
All part of an incredible weekend full of headliners.
Big Sean.
Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani.
best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
I want to go see The Warning. A lot of buzz on these girls. I don't even know if they're out of their teens yet. 3 sisters from Mexico. Guitar player, singer, bass player, drummer. Power trio. Started making YouTube videos when they were like 8 or 9 and had some serious chops. And I think the right people took them under their wing and developed the whole thing. The Warning is in America on the Keep Me Fed tour. And they'll be here in a couple of weeks. Wednesday, September 18th, they're going to play the Agora. AgoraCleveland.com, always, for the shows over there. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Should be a good time. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Boy, I really dropped the ball on this. This didn't get played once on the Floating Fandango, and it's my fault.
I don't think we got the Bleeding Internally song either.
We didn't, because my head was in so many other things that I didn't set Mattitude up with all of the... So he was left to do his own thing, which he's very good at what he does, but I mean, I was fully intending to weave all these other things into the playlist, and this was a learning year, right? New boat, a lot more people. It was a learning opportunity. So for next year, because I think we're going to stick with the Good Time 3, I think everybody had a lot of fun on the Good Time 3. I'll know all these things for next year.
What if there's a Good Time 4?
Whoa. I got my...
Can you imagine if they rolled out a Good Time 4, but it was super small? It's like for 10 people, you know? Say what?
I requested my One Country song, and he played as everyone was exiting the
Oh,
boat.
right. Friends in Low Places.
He played the first verse of Friends in Low Places, and then that was it. I didn't even get the full song, but and it was literally as everybody was leaving, too.
Yes, he wanted to do them a favor. He didn't want to...
This is all that you get.
He didn't want to sour their memory of the boat at the very last minute.
Dude, everyone
Or I
was
should
singing
say
along.
earlier into the cruise, he didn't want to sour their...
People were singing along.
I would have been singing along. I don't
I
know.
know.
I think I might have already been off the boat by the time it was on, or I just wasn't paying attention. But that's a song I'll sing.
No, because
along
Mary
to.
was making the rounds, telling everybody.
I was
Like,
like, I was like, Garth, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Where are the bodies?
But that song, though, has been around for so long that there are people who will swear to you that that's not Garth Brooks. And I'm like...
Garth Brooks has been around forever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I know that's Garth Brooks. So that's how you know everybody knows it's Garth Brooks. It's not Chris Gaines, right?
No, that's a different person.
Yeah.
It's all about the rock.
If you're able to listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, thank you for your continued efforts to do that. And I'd like to know where people are on our map of bureau chiefs. Ray's one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He's in Vancouver. Up in Canada, Brian listens in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Molly is in Falls Church, Virginia. That sounds like a Hallmark town. Falls Church, Virginia. What was the town in It's a Wonderful Life?
Bedford Falls.
Bedford Falls. That's on the east side of here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sounds right there.
Kyle is in Bel Air, Maryland. Steve's outgrown weed in Humboldt County, California. Paul is in Ogden, Utah. Did you run into Rat on the boat, by the way?
I did.
Yeah,
he goes, "Hi, I'm Rat."
Yeah,
I'm like,
put
"Hey,
a-
what's up, Rat?"
Put a face to the voice.
Mhm. Way normal. Like, I thought he was, he sends us some bonkers emails.
I thought he was going to look like a maniac.
Yeah, and
look
he
like a
just
regular guy.
Regular-ass dude.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like Pigpen from the Peanuts cartoons or something. Ken listens in Pittsburgh. And, well, there are a bunch of Kens who listen. Okay, follow me. There's a Ken in Pittsburgh. There's a Ken in Charlotte. There's a Ken in Vincennes, Indiana, right? How many Kens is enough? I shouldn't limit the Kens, right, on the bureau chief list?
No.
Because I don't know where to start cutting. I mean, I'd go seniority, but I don't know.
Hey, Alan. Listening to the podcast from yesterday, you're talking about your murderous rampage on raccoons. I think it's time to relinquish the title of AC Crumb Catcher and go with maybe like a AC Critter Killer or AC Critter Crusher. That could work. Yeah, if there's one thing that I've learned over the years, it's after your whole saving the bird thing, the good Alan he giveth, and the good Alan he taketh away. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, it's true. I saved that bird in my backyard some months ago, and then I plow over a raccoon yesterday morning, very, very early. And yes, everybody was suggesting, they're like, oh, roadkill repeater. Whatever. You know, because
Peter.
Well, no, roadkill repeater, not line drive Peter.
I was like line drive Peter. This is roadkill Peter.
Independent fielder and line drive Peter. No, roadkill repeater, because the first animal I ever hit and killed was only like 6 weeks ago. So I've gone over what I have to assume,
what makes it
over
a
half
spree.
my life. What's that?
So why it's a spree? You're on a killing spree.
Is a spree, is there that much of a gap in between?
I mean,
6 weeks?
That's not much of a gap for killing.
I guess so. Yeah. Inadvertently, by the way. I'm not out there swerving trying to hit animals.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what it did, though.
It gave you the bloodlust.
No. Now I got a taste for it.
Yeah.
No. I think it screwed my car up.
What happened?
Well, I think I either blew a fuse or knocked a fuse loose or something, because, you know, when we leave here at work, the parking garage, you honk.
Yeah.
Because there's people on the sidewalk and they can't see you. So you pull out and you honk. My horn doesn't work.
That's probably not a fuse.
Well, those
odds.
What else would it be? That my horn just stopped working? I mean, when I
like,
ran over that raccoon
whatever
boy,
you hit, like if you hit a raccoon and it messed up a fuse, that'd be such a random, almost impossible. Yeah,
I agree.
So,
but what if it shook it loose?
I don't think that's what it was. I think there might be a cable or something that got messed up, but also the wear and tear of honking.
Wear and tear of honking.
Yeah.
I've already established, we talked about this last week, I'm not a big horn guy. I've probably used my horn 24 times in the 10 years I've had that car.
Well, I don't know.
So my horn doesn't work.
I don't think the hitting that raccoon is what is the reason.
You don't?
That
you
your
think
horn
it's
isn't
completely
working.
You think it's completely coincidence that my horn stops
If your
working.
horn isn't working because of that raccoon, I don't think it's a fuse situation. I'll say that.
Huh. You think it's a cable connected to the horn module.
I don't know enough about horns in cars, but it just doesn't seem. I think it's probably coincidental. I don't think this is part of the universe.
That's a wild coincidence.
Yeah.
Because normally I would think exactly the same thing too, but I'm like, it can't be a coincidence. Oh, well, it can be, of course, but I mean,
car horn enthusiasts, please call us.
Yeah, tell me if you hit something like that, like a chunk, you know.
Yeah.
Could it knock something loose? Except that's all like in kind of the forward panel area
That's
too,
what
I think. Okay, listen, maybe it's a complete coincidence. All I know is 48 hours ago, my horn worked fine, and now it doesn't. Now, here's what I'm going to do. You can bet
Maybe you need more horn fluid.
Is that what it is?
You haven't changed your horn fluid?
It looks like you're low on horn fluid, man.
When's the last time you got your horn fluid checked?
Is that the red or the white?
That doesn't make any sense. Of course, it's the white.
Obviously.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You can bet your sweet cakes I'm going to put in a novelty horn. Novelty horn. Huh?
What's it going to sound like?
That one's taken.
No, that's what the General Lee.
That was Pound Cake's horn.
Bill, you know Pound Cake's not here anymore, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you're just gonna take his horn now?
Yes, that's right. Out of sight, out of mind, homie.
Disrespectful.
Yep, that's right. Taking that horn. No, listen. There's probably any number. Yeah, if you're a local horn aficionado, hit me up.
Hornist.
If you're a horny, honk if you're horny. Yeah,
you're
let me
hornist.
know. Honk if you're a hornist. I could get a. It plays The Godfather. That's not the Godfather. What the hell is that?
That is not the Godfather.
What? Let me find some novelty horns. Musical car horn with 46 sounds.
Ooh.
Oh, it's got like a... Oh, no, this is something like you mount on the top of your car, like you're driving around. Elect Bradford for Senate. The classic hot rod. See, you should put this on your muscle car, Bill.
Oh.
Classic hot rod car horn kit. It's described as Ooga Antique. So it goes, Ooga.
Let me hear it.
I don't know. Some of these are Amazon. I don't know if. Let me see here. That's what. You're not gonna play the Ooga horn?
Yeah.
No, they say, golf carts, motorcycle. I'm gonna get an Ooga horn. Ooga. Novelty horn installation. Novelty car horns. Oh, these are gonna be good. Hold on. Okay, so that's called a donkey horn. That's an electric donkey horn. Okay. I'm sure that won't be problematic. All right. Tiger horn. All right. That's what I'm getting in an Ooga horn. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody down?
Yes. I'm all for this. Make people poop their pants as they're walking by to a Guardians
right?
games.
I'm driving a dumb Ford Fusion, and I got an Auga horn. Alan, if you hit the raccoon on the passenger side, you may have broken your horn. They are mounted in the front front fender. That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
That thing got crunched on the right side. Because when I got to the gym, I was checking my tires and fender for gore.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Okay, that's exactly what it is.
I just didn't think it was a fuse.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how loose those things are. I mean, you could, Bill already did the horn fluid joke. So, okay, well, then I'm going to get under there and just see if the wiring's loose then. Because if I can just put it back in, I'm not going to get Auga.
Yeah.
But, I think you can do it in Teslas where you can program a horn. Like you can play some audio file as a horn, which for me would be the only reason to get a Tesla, because I could take any one of the dumb clips I play and make it my horn, which would be awesome. Somebody's getting ready to step in front of me, and I just play click, click, boom.
Click, click, boom!
That's right. Hey, get out of my way.
Are you going to see Robert Zombert tomorrow?
No, I'm not going to Robert Zombert. No.
I'm excited.
I could use your stairwell fart as my new horn.
That would be a good horn.
Hey, get out of the way. Oh, this guy almost cut. What are you doing? That guy cut me off. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Andre, I'm walking here.
What about some of Mary's noises?
Yeah. Let me see here. Hey, get out of the way, sir.
People came all over me.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Open mouth. Blah, blah, blah.
Just the that part.
Okay. Hey, Mark.
What do you say, Alan? How you doing, Bill, and the beautiful Mary Santora? How you guys doing today?
Great.
Good.
So, in my opinion, with your vehicle, how many miles are on it, Alan?
Oh, 150?
In my opinion, I've got 32 years of experience of building these vehicles. I work for Ford Motor Company out in Avon Lake. Thank you very much. It's, in my opinion, it's the clock spring. That's right underneath your steering wheel when you pull your steering wheel off.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of contacts there. So to have that repaired, you're probably looking at between $500 to $600. That's just my opinion. You could have a fuse that's blown.
See, this is what I'm saying. I don't know why everybody's giving me a hard time about the fuses. I mean, that was the first thing I thought, is check my fuse box.
Yeah, that's the most common. But in my opinion, it's what's called a clock spring.
But would it contact with a raccoon cause the fuse to blow? That's what I was.
No, that's not going to cause that.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah,
All right.
I just thought I'd give you a little heads
The
up.
clock
I
spring,
love the
Mark.
show. You guys continue. Yes, clock spring.
Clock
Write
spring.
it down so
Okay.
you don't forget.
I will. Thank you,
Love the
Mark. I
show.
appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, pal. This is what I'm talking about. The experts. Randy.
Hello, Alan.
What's up, man?
Hey, I love some of these suggestions for a new car horn audio. Here are my brief top 2 suggestions. The first one is, do you remember on Simpsons when the long-lost brother Herbie Powell came along and he had Homer design the car for him, and one of the things Homer insisted on was La Cucaracha for the car horn?
Yeah. Yes. Yep, I go with that one. Okay.
My second one is The Street Beater by Quincy Jones, better known as Theme from Sanford and Son.
Oh, I should play the Sanford and Son theme song as my horn.
And it plays all the way through every time you hit it.
Yeah, you have to sit there and you're like, I just need a quick
The entire
tap.
3-minute 45 version.
Yeah.
Plays that, yeah.
All right, well, I'll take it under advisement, Randy.
Classic. I love it.
Thank you. There's Randy.
It's
Randy. Hey, Darnell.
Hey, and talks about novelty car horns here. I had a situation where I was listening. I had the windows open, and someone came by with the Godfather car horn, but it was the slowest version of it ever. And I'm like, I get the song's supposed to be that slow, but why have a horn do it that slow?
You want to drag it out. Let's not go past the fact, by the way, that Darnell, back from the dead seemingly, just dips in to talk about my broken car horn. Well, he sent me a song. Like, he out of the blue, he sends me a song and he goes, hey, here's a song I did, but it's an AI song. And I'm like, bro, everybody's making these. We want to hear something you sing
we want
on.
originals.
Well, as I explained in the email, I cannot.
No, I
get to
understand.
David Keith's house.
All I'm saying is I'm happy to wait for a Darnell original.
Okay.
Okay. We want to hear your dulcet tones, Darnell. Everybody's making AI songs. There's some perv who sends them to Mary like daily. So, you know, everybody can make those AI songs.
Is it working, Mary? Are you falling in love with him?
It's not working.
Guess you just gotta send more.
But are you doing okay otherwise, Darnell?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, good. Are you still living with Grandma and Grandpa?
Yes, I am.
Are they still with us?
Yes, they are. Unfortunately, she's just. I'm not going to disclose anything, but my grandma is just. She just needs prayers.
No,
So
I understand.
that's all
It's none of our business. I was just kind of trying to get the lay of the land because we haven't talked to you for. Darnell's birthday is the day before mine, and so he is. You're not 40 yet, are you, Darnell?
No, I'm actually 37.
There you go. He's getting there though. And okay, well, listen. The next time you do a Darnell original, when everything works out, send it to me, and I'll be happy to listen to it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, pal.
All right.
All right. There's Darnell, early adopter. He's number 25 on the blacklist. And yeah, the guy just parachutes in out of nowhere. Hey, the horn thing. There was a guy who had a Godfather, and it was really slow. All right. Well, listen, thank you. I got some good information there. I'm going to break here. Hey, you want to go see the Guardians? I got 4 tickets for you for when the Tampa Bay Rays are in town. It's not far off. It's a couple of weeks. Saturday the 14th at Progressive Field. So we'll do that after the break. 35192. Text me for anything else. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Maybe I don't really want to know how you got in girls, 'cause I just want to fly. Lately, did you ever feel the pain in the morning rain?
Boy, I wish I could get a rod for this Oasis reunion like everybody else seems to be.
You don't like Oasis?
I mean, they're fine, but... And I know it's a big deal because those brothers, like...
They be fighting.
Depending on what day of the week it is, they hate each other's guts, and it's been quite some time. What, 15 years since they did anything? And these are overseas dates. This is off their first album, Live Forever, I think is a good song. I was always more of a Stone Roses man myself. I'd say I liked Oasis when they were called the Beatles. You know that old joke? Make Oasis fans all mad. I guess I was thinking, too, that Oasis broke up quickly, but they didn't. They put out a bunch of records before these guys started trying to strangle each other. So the band was around for about 15 years. And then another 15, they didn't do anything, and they were off doing their own separate bands. High Flying Birds, BDI, those kinds of things. But I guess they're only going to... I guess it would be a bigger deal if they had laid out some U.S. dates. But I think as of now, they're going to dip their toe into the...
I think they will.
See what kind of... Well, I think...
They said they're doing a world tour, so...
Yeah, say that, but you're also smart to judge the demand, right?
Yeah. There's going to be a huge demand.
In Europe.
You
think over here?
Oh, absolutely.
But I mean, they'll do New York, Chicago, L.A., Atlanta, right? Miami. I mean, they're not going to do Des Moines Civic Center. You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they
well,
did,
you could very well be right. I mean,
like if they come to Ohio, I imagine they'd probably do Columbus, and they could do an arena show there.
Would you go see them if they came here?
Yeah, probably.
Really?
I'm
just to say you saw them because
yeah, I mean, they were a really big band when I was in middle school. When you know that's a very formative time. So I had a couple of albums and listened to them a lot. You know, I love Oasis.
Okay. Well, listen, I got a lot of love for Britpop. I mean, Oasis just wasn't my favorite band of that genre. You know, call me when Kula Shaker goes on the road. Thank you very much.
They're opening.
Whoa.
I would love
Your lucky
that.
day.
Yeah, Oasis with special guests Kula Shaker and Stereophonics.
Stereophonics.
They're great.
I love them.
Right? Yeah. But pull any of those bands back from the early 90s and see what they do. Keen or the Lightning Seeds or whatever. So anyway,
Keen
Oasis.
was well into the 2000s.
What's that?
Wasn't Keen well into the 2000s?
Oh, yeah, they're probably still around.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of these bands that are still around, but like they can kind of only do Europe. Because over here, people are like, yeah, okay. You do an arena in Europe, do the Grog Shop here. But yeah, people are excited, boy.
While we're talking about Stereophonics, can we listen to Dakota real quick? Just a little bit.
Let's see if I have it in here. It was like their one big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot of good songs.
They have a lot of great songs, but that song just rules.
Yeah. I got to dial it up. Hold on. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
What's going on, Joe?
Hey, over here in Brunswick, I heard the raccoon story.
Yes.
The first thing I thought of was everything I say at work. I go, it's one of the infamous sayings that you have said for years. Everything goes back to Seinfeld.
Yeah, it
I
does.
just pictured George with the squirrel and the pigeons. Hey, I thought we had a deal.
A couple of people texted me that. Yeah, when he's in the park or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, all good times. And by the way, I hate your show.
Hey, thank you,
Listen
Joe.
to it all the time.
I appreciate it. Thank you, pal.
That'll do it.
Joe checking. Yeah, that'll take care of it for you. Stereophonics on the Buzzard Brothers song here called Dakota. Love, Lost, and Found Again. Language, Sex, Violence, Other, the album. By request, Bill in Medina said, hey, man, play some Stereophonics. The Buzzard, 100.7. I'm on the other one.
Thinking about thinking of you. Summertime, think it was June. Yeah, think it was June.
So these guys are Welsh. They're not even British. From Wales. These guys are so closely associated with Wales. RFK Jr. tried to cut their heads off. I love the name of Welsh towns and names. And, you know, there was a hot minute where I thought I might be Welsh.
All right, shut up, of course.
Verse.
Forgot I had another verse. I haven't heard this song in a long time.
It's like a 30-year-old song. I guess not that old, but when was Dakota? 20 years ago. Have you ever heard this, Mary, before?
I have not.
2005. This came out. These guys are from a town in Wales. Spelled, I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's spelled CWMAMAN. Quamaman?
Right, now it's
Anyway, really, really good song.
Ah, great song.
Great song from the Stereophonics. And it took them 5 albums. It's got to be weird when you're cranking out albums and you finally have a huge hit. And you're like 5 or 6 albums in, you know? These days, you wouldn't get that much rope. I mean, if you were on a label, they wouldn't give you 5 albums to
and still,
have
it wasn't
hit.
like it was a huge hit.
It was like a college radio hit. Yeah,
this
it was
is
big for them. But it was on the radio. We were playing it in Chicago.
Yeah, it was. But it wasn't like, you know, it's not Flagpole Sitta or anything like that.
Well, nothing is, right? I mean, few songs are Flagpole Sitta. Especially the Alex Jones version. That's probably my favorite
Been around
cover.
the world, and I found out that only stupid people are breeding. Those cretins are cloning and feeding. And I don't even own a TV. They put me in a hospital for nerves, and then they had to commit me. You told them all
Should've done
I
a
was
second take.
crazy. They cut off my legs. Now I'm an amputee.
Oh, good
damn,
grief,
part.
Alex
That gets that one lady
Jones.
all upset.
Oh, because he says "goddamn."
Yeah.
Oh, right.
What? Crazy. They cut off my legs. Now I'm an amputee. God damn you. I'm not sick. But
that's
I'm not
enough.
well.
Yeah, she's gonna write me a letter.
Well, understand what the real commandment was.
Your Cleveland Guardians are set to try to get it back from the Royals. They had a doubleheader yesterday, and they lost both of them. So they still have tonight. They still have tomorrow afternoon to try to even up the series there. 6:40 tonight is going to be first pitch. We'll get you right into it, and then they'll finish the series with the Businessman Special tomorrow afternoon. And you only have a few days left to use the promo code LAKE for 20% off if you're going to do some shopping at CLE Clothing Company. Come Sunday when September kicks in, it'll become Guardian. That'll be easy to remember. Of course, we're going to see Green Day. We're taking our daughter to Pittsburgh on Sunday. That'll be her first concert. We gave away a bunch of tickets, so maybe I'll see some customers there. But it's Green Day and the Smashing Pumpkins. And I
Are you
wonder...
guys staying out there?
What's that?
You staying out there? Or you're going to make the trek back?
No. No, we're not coming back at 2 in the morning. And yeah, we'll stay overnight. But I think it will be strange for Green Day to sing When September Ends on the first night of
It's a perfect
September.
time to sing it.
Do you see where I'm going?
It's the perfect time to sing it.
Because I don't.
They close with that song.
I loved that song.
You don't
That was
love
like
it anymore?
one of but it was like what year did that come out in, like 2002?
That was American
3 or
Idiot,
4?
wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
So
American
20
No,
years ago.
It couldn't have been 3 or 4. My aunt had just moved back from California. I was still in middle school.
Okay.
So it was maybe 2002 or 2003, and I spent the summer at my aunt's house.
2004 on American Idiot.
It was 2004,
Yeah.
so it must have been the summer right before high
Apologize.
school. Sorry.
Fill out your forgiveness packet now, lady.
But my dad left in September, and then September 11th happened.
Of that year?
No, of 2001, and then September
01.
11th happened a couple days later. And I remember being like, man, September's the worst month ever for years. And then this song came out. And I was
Wow,
like,
your dad left a couple
They get
days
me.
before 9/11.
oh, yeah. There was a whole conspiracy
So
theory.
9/9 was your 9/11.
I can't remember the actual date, but it was a few days before.
9/8 was your 9/11.
Or
I
maybe a
got
few
married
days
on
after.
11/9, so that's my 9/11.
But if you were
He's
English, it wouldn't be.
dyslexic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
this,
okay.
American Idiot, I played this album on repeat this summer. I basically stayed with my aunt.
Sure.
Oh, I loved it.
Yep. Everybody
It's the
did.
only
I mean,
Green Day album I think I've ever
that
listened
was
to.
when they were ready to hang it up. Green Day was like, we're done. We've done all we can do. We're really gassed out. Like, they were fighting. They were not creatively kind of mossy in the brain. They were like, I think we've done all we can do. And then they do American Idiot. They do that album, and it explodes. And they're back. And people were happy to see them. Because for a while, there was kind of a fallow period there with Green Day. They were like, well,
Warning wasn't a huge album.
I liked it, but it was not a huge. That got them to the point where they were like, there might not be any more gas in this car.
Because Nimrod was a big hit mostly because of Good Riddance, Time of Your Life. But that also brought in a whole bunch of people that were just there for that one acoustic song.
Yeah. Which was not representative of everything else they
yeah.
did. Yeah.
But then they did a rock opera, and it kind of, it was a whole new thing.
Yeah.
But American Idiot's a great album.
Dakota took me right back to college. Somebody's on a throwback. Yeah. Yeah, good song.
Love that song.
Boy, I'm getting some great suggestions from people for my novelty car horn, since I have to have the horn on my car fixed, since I hit that raccoon, and it blew my fuse.
Are you going to share them with us?
No, he just wants you to know.
I just want you to know.
That
I'm
you're
just
getting
putting
ideas.
it out there.
You know better!
Now that should be mine.
That should be your horn. Why don't you use that as your horn?
I could.
You know better!
Bill's ex screaming at him on voicemail. That's pretty good too. Mel Gibson screaming. He's somebody's ex.
One wheel.
I mean, that one's all right. I mean, I would need to get clearance from your ex, but I mean, obviously with her permission.
Yeah,
that would be a great horn.
Pay her some royalties.
Yep.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Hey, every time somebody cuts me off, you get $1. How about that? How about that? Cash me outside.
You know better!
Hey, Jared.
I can't remember why she was mad.
You know exactly why she was mad. It is burned on your brain. And if nothing else, I've tried to keep it alive around here.
Mm-hmm.
As a constant reminder.
You know better!
Mary, can you imagine anyone getting that exasperated with Bill Squire?
Oh,
I mean, it's so...
The angel of a man, Bill Squire? I don't
It's
know.
so out of bounds for anyone. Oh, my goodness. Hello, Jared.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm sorry to call you guys in and to talk about another show, but I've been listening to you since Pittsburgh, man.
Hey, thank you, Jared.
And
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna tell you, I appreciate you. We miss you down here in Pittsburgh. We need to get rid of, what show we need to get rid of.
What show?
But DVE morning show. We got to get rid of that.
Oh, well, I wasn't on DVE. Randy's great.
I know you were on the X, but
yeah.
But if DVE would drop the DVE morning show, we'd have so much better morning shows here, and we'd have your show.
Yeah,
back
but they're
again.
They're homegrown, man. I don't know that they would want.
Oh,
I mean,
I know.
my
Yeah,
old station.
they're hard.
My
They're
old
hard.
station runs a syndicated show as it is. I don't think they'd want. But anyway, a lot of people in Pittsburgh still listen to this show on the app, so
Correct. And
Yeah.
what I want to explain to you, because I listen to you, and I actually pay for another show, your morning show, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm paying for a morning show and listening to you guys all through the app,
and all iHeart is doing is just blocking you guys with ads.
I know, dude.
I mean,
it's
they're
currently
anywhere from like 30 seconds to like 2 minutes.
I know. It's currently an issue that we're trying to resolve.
Well, Randy, if it makes you feel better, we don't get any money from that at all.
Yeah.
I know you guys don't.
I don't get
I've
an
heard enough
extra.
bitching over the years.
So not only do our listeners hate it, it doesn't benefit us in any way.
Uh-huh. It's really the best of both worlds, the worst of both worlds.
Well, I just thought maybe I can go in and maybe if one more person bitches, but I want to say, hey, Bill, hi. I appreciate you. Alan, I appreciate you. And Mary, as much as I hate you, I really do appreciate you.
Wow, always backhanded. Always backhanded.
Yeah, I know. It had to be. It had to be. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You gotta hate somebody. I'll be the guy. That's fine.
All right.
Mary, I'll still watch your slot hole.
Oh, whoa! Bonus
hole. Slot hole.
Yeah, bonus hole. Whatever that. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. That's where I went.
Uh-huh.
Hey. That's where I went to go. But I appreciate everything, guys. I just want to let you know. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it, pal. I appreciate anybody who is trying to enjoy the program. Or let's not even do that. Trying to just listen to the program. There's really no guarantee you'll enjoy it. But, well, that could be another horn, couldn't it? Somebody goes to cut me off.
Oh, good for you.
That's a good one. That's a real good one.
There you go. Well, it's down to that and your ex-girlfriend.
You know better.
You just can't fathom, Mary, how somebody could get that angry.
Never in a million
Bill.
years.
Or is that Mary leaving a voicemail after her sister was at your pool party, Bill? Dumping them out in the water.
She's actually sitting on the side of the pool at that time.
Oh, she was?
At the time of dumpage.
Oh, she was dumping them out outside of the water.
Yeah.
Being a cool guy,
what's the point of that, though? Wouldn't you want to dump them out in the water so they bob?
I don't know. That's where she was when they started getting...
works.
How what works? Flotation? Yeah, that's how... Are you saying that they're heavier than the water?
I guess maybe I've never seen someone topless in a pool, but I can't recall anyone's boobs floating.
If you stand
at
the water level and you just dump them out,
they would go underwater.
But then you kind of move a little bit. I've seen floaters, Mary. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess
you
they do
just
bob a little
me.
bit. There's a floatiness to. It's not like they will stay afloat, but they'll bob a little bit in the water.
Bobbing, Mary. That's all I'm saying. Bobbing.
Bob.
That's it. Now, do you have, when's the next Squire Squad pool party? Is that planned?
I think that was it for this year.
It was?
I think that was it.
When did they close the pool?
They're going to keep it open as long as the weather's,
it's supposed to be 90s through the weekend. Okay. You might have one more ready to go.
But I'm going to be busy this weekend, so I don't know if we're going to be at the pool that much. Maybe we'll get one in.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe we'll do one on Monday. On Memorial Day, but it's not going to be
Labor Day
like that. It'll probably be more wholesome one with the girlfriend and the kids.
Yeah. Well, and again, this person brings up a good point. It just depends on how dense the breast tissue is, Mary. Mm-hmm. Now, you're not somebody who, at least not in the breast way, is dense.
No.
But I don't, and again, I don't know anything about your sister. I did take a photo with her.
About her.
I did hug her.
Mm-hmm.
And
did her breasts feel dense?
Well, I couldn't tell. I mean, it was a professional hug. Well, I got more than professional. I mean, I've met her before, and she's very sweet, and so it was like, oh, hey, how are you? That kind of thing. But I certainly wasn't committing to memory what kind of imprint those were going to make on me. But I don't know. Are the Santora sisters? And not to put too fine a point on it here, but are the Santora sisters really all over the road with respect to the boobs?
Yeah.
Or are you all kind of rocking the same set?
No.
Okay.
Not even close.
All right. Because I've never taken the time, it would be like checking my sister out. I've never taken the time to really get an eyeful of what you're rocking.
I don't pull them out very often.
Well, I don't even pull them out. I mean, you can kind of tell what's happening with.
I don't wear
cleavagey
low-cut
stuff,
shirts or any. I never really have. But when I want to, I got 36 C's, man. I got
36 C is what you have.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I got some boobies.
You're hiding them well.
If I want to pull them out, I can pull them out and make some cleavage happen. But I don't do that very often.
Okay.
my older sister's a little more petite, and then my younger sister, she had a couple kids, breastfed them.
Oh, she gets a slopper. Is that what they are? They slop? Slobbers?
They're fine.
You said she dumped them out.
I mean, that's
mom boobs.
That's the terminology I like to use.
She has
Mom
sustained life
Yeah.
with her breast.
Right. Okay.
I like it.
Sustained life.
I like the term dump them out.
Uh-huh.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Well,
not like a greeting.
Captain Bill's bobbing boob brigade, somebody suggested. I don't care for that. I don't know why. I don't care for that. But that's up to Bill. Might be too alliterative for my taste.
I don't need it to be, I don't know if we need to start a brigade.
A brigade. And it's a little late in the season, too. This is a beginning of summer designation.
You know better!
Jesus, it just crawls up your spine. All right, I got a break. Want to go see?
Leslie said you gave her, because she had the bat bikini.
Yes.
And she said you gave her the hacha hands.
I did. I go, where are all the bats? I got a break here, and I'll have those Cage the Elephant tickets. If you want to go see those guys, they're coming through with Young the Giant and some other bands. That is 2 weeks from tonight, I think. 2 weeks from something. It's coming out to Blossom. So we'll do those in a bit. Also, Hot Celebrity Goss from Perez Hilton is straight ahead as well. 35192. Text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
ears. How and why did he become a serial bomber? And how did his evil acts save a man's life? Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint and start listening.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, it's a return of Cage the Elephant with special guests. Always got to have some special guests. Young the Giant and Bakar, up-and-coming young performer. It's going to happen, I think, 2 weeks from last night, Monday, September the 9th. I think is how that breaks out. Out at Blossom. LiveNation.com for any and all details you need on the show. But this will get you there, you and a pal. 2 for Cage the Elephant. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, we got hot celebrity goss on the way. Mere minutes from now, the anticipation is palpable. From Perez Hilton. A little over an hour, I will have the last keyword of the day for you. You get a handful of them every day for the foreseeable future because our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming up out in Vegas, 20th and 21st of September. So those keywords get you the trip. And From the Jump throws $1,000 at you as well. Don't want to send you to Vegas empty-handed. So $1,000 in your pocket and airfare, hotel, tickets to the show for you and a friend. So 5:30 is that next keyword. And then I'll move on. But on the subject of breasts, I was reading about a border agent. This is in New York State, by the way. He's not down there on the front lines.
He's trying to keep Canadians out.
Trying to keep Canadian. This is up in Syracuse. We have bureau chiefs in Syracuse.
Classic border city.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. A Border Patrol agent in New York was arrested for telling women that he had to show him their breasts and saying that it was part of his official duties. 53-year-old Shane Millen was arrested.
Wait, was he part of Border Patrol? Or did he have an FBI hat on?
Female body inspector. Well, I was thinking at first that this was like on the southern border. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Maybe this guy was on the border of New Orleans where nobody would bat an eye. Maybe he was working Lake Pontchartrain. You know, you got to make sure those boats, people that are up to no good, they have to find new ways to get in there. Maybe he was trying to keep out undesirables from Baton Rouge, but this was up in Syracuse. So he's trying to make sure that the Canucks aren't coming in under false pretenses.
You don't want them sneaking in some sort of contraband.
Right.
And after watching the, Stanley Cup playoffs and seeing that one Canadian lady dump them out, you go, hey, what else they got under those sweaters?
Well, that's the thing, because depending on what you're rocking there, you can really... You fit a couple of things under those.
Anyway, I've seen ladies sneak liquor bottles in under their boobs.
Liquor bottles.
If you got big enough boobs, you can put it like under your boobs.
That's what I'm talking
across your
about.
bra.
Well, that's what we're talking about, underneath.
Well, because you could put it
From
like
under.
in the side of your bra, but I mean like fully.
No, I'm talking like this. Yeah, they're like
them up.
they have like under the boob.
Right.
Like,
Like she could do it without a bra. Well, they arrested this guy. They charged him with depriving women of their constitutional right to be free from unreasonable searches.
Oh, that sounds very serious.
I know, right? It's very verbose and serious. Lindy Korn isn't in Syracuse, right? She's Buffalo?
She's near Buffalo, yeah.
That's where
Buffalo,
Lindy Korn is?
Rochester area.
Right.
But I'm sure she would take this case.
Well, she does workplace harassment. I wonder, I could see the women grabbing her, and maybe she'll have a new commercial about the border guy. My clients tried to get into
Have
the
you
United
been searched by a border patrol and it felt more like he was just trying to see your boobs than he was trying to actually inspect your body?
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party,
The next week at work, he was called a fruitcake.
Oh.
Does this sound familiar?
Does it?
Have you been called a fruitcake after dancing with your husband at a work function?
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors, and when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Man, she will leave no stone unturned. I've always been curious about the phrase sexual favors because it sounds jaunty. You know, if you say to somebody, hey, it's like a throwaway phrase. You go, hey, you do me a favor? Could you grab me that thing over there?
What kind of favor? Is it sexual in nature?
Is it a sexual favor? Is it a hug that felt sexual in nature?
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
He told 3 women to expose their breasts to him over a webcam while he was processing their applications. A 4th woman was ordered to show him her breasts with her bra on. He told them that exposing their breasts was part of the process of being admitted into the United States, but prosecutors said, oh, here's some legalese here. I hope we don't trip over it. It was actually for his own gratification.
Oh.
Were there some girls that he's like, no, you can go through?
Nope, all good.
Do I need to?
Little
No.
mosquito bites, go on through, lady.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Nope. Yeah, so they got him a public defender, and he's at their mercy. Imagine that. I mean, on the southern border, you're probably not bored. The northern border, I mean, you're probably looking for whatever you can pick up in kicks. And that's what he was doing. The Guardians play tonight. They lost both ends of that doubleheader yesterday against Kansas City Royals. So they'll play them again tonight. There's still 2 more games tonight and tomorrow afternoon before they stay in town and host the Pirates through this weekend. So 6:40 tonight is your first pitch. We love minor league baseball, or at least all the shenanigans, you know?
Yeah.
I was talking to a couple of people who went to that Savannah Bananas game at Progressive Field.
It looked like a blast.
They sold it out.
Yeah.
Dang.
I had no idea that they were that. I mean, it's like the Harlem Globetrotters, for Christ's sake, but they sold out Progressive Field. Well, the minor league affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies are the Clearwater Threshers, not Thrashers. Threshers. And they have a bat dog.
Oh, I know that.
Well, this bat dog became a bad dog.
Oh,
Hey, listen, it was his first day. He was nervous.
Her first day,
her
yes.
first day.
Layla has been the bat dog for the Clearwater Threshers for 13 years, and she's retiring. She's hanging up her cleats. Her replacement is her little sister, Lucy May. But Lucy May got the zoomies. She was very, very excited. I'll show you on the live stream here. When they threw the bat out and got Lucy May, kind of her maiden voyage out there with the Clearwater Threshers to
Have you
show
seen this, Mary?
them
No, I have not seen
what
this.
she could do. They throw the bat. She runs out there. Beautiful dog.
She goes right over the
It's
bat.
like a retriever, goes past the bat, running into the
Now
infield.
towards third base. Now she's towards second, down second, and
Promptly begins to take a dump. And it's fair.
Yeah. And gets big cheers.
Inside the park.
Yeah.
Home run.
And then she's right back to scooting.
Yeah. Running around. I mean, that happens to the best of us.
It's so
right? You get kind of
baby.
you get butterflies.
Yeah.
You get the bubble guts first day on the job. And that's what happened to Lucy May.
They're like, come here, come here.
Took a big old, took 2 dumps.
I think she peed one of them.
No, those were 2 dumps.
Oh.
Yeah. That's right. I remember when I was a kid, I had friends who were way into tennis. This is like when I was 10 or 11, right? I went to school with kids who had money. We didn't, but I went to school. I went to Catholic school, so I went to school, you know. And a couple friends of mine way into tennis. And so they went to It was called the Avon Tennis Classic in Chicago. And it used to be at the old Chicago Amphitheater. And they had Martina Navratilova. She was a big deal back in the day. We're talking late 70s, early 80s. Martina Navratilova. Anybody remember that name?
No.
She's still alive.
I know.
Famous tennis lesbian, which sounds redundant, but not all of them. And she was a big, big deal back in the day. And she had her dog on the sidelines. She's from Czechoslovakia. She had a Martina, not the dog. I don't know what the dog's from. But she had a dog there on the sidelines, and it got away. And it went out into the middle of the court and took a big old dump in the middle of the tennis court. And, of course, you could hear the oohs and the ahs because, as you could imagine, the tennis crowd, much more refined than a baseball crowd. That's why baseball games are more fun, right? They just had that big tennis thing in the flats.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if anybody went out and took a dump there. It is in the flats.
Not that I know of.
So it's conceivable. So, yeah, about 5 inches outside the deuce court, as it were, this dog took a big old dump. And then they had to, it was a stoppage of play. They had to get the Andy Frayne ushers out there.
Oh, there was no stoppage.
Scoop it up, and it was the whole thing. You'd think she would have cleaned up after her own dog. She did not. She took a little bit of heat for that, too, in the local media. She had the Andy Frayne guys get out there and take care of it. It took them a while, too. So, but Lucy May, Clearwater Threshers, first day on the job, gets out there. Big old crap in the infield. Good for her. That's how you let everybody know where you're coming from. Alan, my boobs don't even pass the pencil test, let alone the liquor bottle test. Oh, she can't even hold a pencil underneath.
We still love them.
Yeah, every woman is beautiful.
All boobs matter.
In her own way.
Even they're just little ones.
You want to do some hot goss?
I don't think about those little boobs now, but I guess.
Transition. Put you right in the mood.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Hilton. Ooh.
Hey, what's up, all my goss guzzlers? I got hot, thick goss for you. All right, starting with Oasis. We talked about it earlier in the show. Oasis is getting back together. They're going on tour. They announced that they're going to be doing a tour to start in England, Ireland, Europe stuff. But everybody's curious how they got back together. And according to inside sources, what happened was they were watching documentaries on Netflix, and there was one about the Menendez brothers, and they said, hey, if those two can work together, so can we. It's family.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
Leonardo DiCaprio is back out on his yacht with his girlfriend, Erber de Durder or something.
Wait, what's her? Erber de Durder is her name?
Something like that.
I know he likes those European girls.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Erber de Durder is out there with him.
Yeah, they're out there together. And according to inside sources, she's 26 years old.
Wow.
And Leonardo DiCaprio just found that out, and this is what he had to say to her.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
She's Erber de Durder's a nerd because
according to Leo.
Inside sources.
And then finally, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are spending some much needed time together. They've been very busy. They've been apart, and he's been doing preseason stuff with the Chiefs. She's been on tour in Europe, but they got together in Rhode Island at her beach house. And according to inside sources, they've been getting a little kinky. I'm reading this word for word. TMZ has obtained photos from Taylor's Rhode Island home, capturing the pair appearing just over the edge of her balcony as they soaked in the salty air coming off the Atlantic. What's up? You guys aren't just going to have regular sex. You're doing our Mormon stuff. I don't like you appropriating our culture like that, Travis. So who are your shakers? Who'd you have jumping on the bed for you? Doing that all in public? That kind of, if you're doing it in public, the whole idea of soaking is to do it in secret so God doesn't see. I don't like this one bit.
You're just not on board, is what you're saying.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Hilton. Ooh.
I haven't been Mormon for some time, but I still, respect people's traditions and culture, and soaking is a very important part of the Mormon culture.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
And I don't know if T Swift and Travis Kelce participating in that is
it's a lot.
All that great.
Yeah, but you can't, the Mormons haven't cornered the market on soaking, have they? They've just become.
Anyone else?
They've become the most prominent for it. Yeah, anybody who's taken some kind of fake chastity challenge or purity ring, whatever.
I don't know if he's gotten into her purity ring.
Sure. Let me ask you this, because we had talked about this on a couple of occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Mary and Brian had a conversation about splitting her massive casino winnings.
Yeah.
We got that voicemail from Matt. Went to a hockey game years ago, wins the 50-50 raffle, ends up with $5,000. He's on a date with a girl. They're in her seats. She's kind of pissed. He didn't give her any money.
Right.
Travis and Jason Kelce signed a huge podcast deal. These guys started this dumb podcast that blew up once he started dating Taylor Swift, because he was talking about it all the time. That's where he first started talking about how he really wanted to hang out with her, and that's what precipitated their relationship. He and his brother have signed a 3-year, $100 million podcast deal with
insane.
Amazon, okay? These companies are just throwing around stupid podcast money to a bunch of people who are high profile. Should Taylor Swift get a cut?
Yes.
Because the reason, now, you can't lay it all at her feet, but this thing really blew up. Nobody was
without her, they're not getting $100 million.
Right. No. Nobody was really paying attention to Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce. With all due respect,
it was a popular podcast. It was, but also
among dudes who were into X's and O's.
Yes,
of
amongst football fans, it was.
Taylor Swift fans were not listening to it.
This took it to another level for sure.
Jason retired, of course. Travis signed more time with the Chiefs. Both of them will be in the Hall of Fame. Jason is going to be part of the Monday Night Countdown pregame show. Travis Kelce obviously wants to be part of the first team in NFL history to win 3 straight Super Bowls. The Chiefs.
How many gay ones have they won?
Find one of those AI songs. Tell people where they can buy tickets.
BillSquire.com. Wallaby. 7th of September.
So Taylor should get a cut, right?
I think so, but I don't think she needs it. I think she'll be like, nah, I don't need it, but I think she deserves it.
Yeah.
She definitely raised the profile of the whole show.
These guys taking home $15 million a year apiece from this thing. Good for them.
That's crazy. It's $100 million.
So much money.
Yeah.
For a podcast.
Yup.
How much?
Meanwhile, we can't get our ads to play in the right spots.
And we don't get
any money for them. You're welcome, iHeart. Happy to be of service. All right. Let me break. Let me take a breath. Let me break. Let me reconstitute myself. Let me go take a Lucy May in the break. I'll have $50 later on. Brew Heron Brewery out there in Medina. They got a whole compound out there. And the menu's great. Patio's awesome. Get you a $50 gift card to that. And a chance for you to get to Vegas. 5:30 is that last keyword of the day to grab $1,000. And you and a pal head out to our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Just die, you insufferable prick.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
God, after a call like that, I need something to soothe my nerves. This might do the trick, Mary.
This is what you listen to calm down?
Oh. Hells yes. Just a little Kenny G, Mary. You know, and every time Kenny G is mentioned on this show, an angel gets its wings. I couldn't help but notice that they've announced a Kenny G show in Cleveland. Of course, now I think this dude's relegated to just doing like holiday music, you know? I want old school, mid-'80s,
Love making.
fresh out the box, smooth jazz radio, duo tones era Kenny G. That's what I want from him. I've never seen one. I know, as a general rule, I don't care for Christmas holiday music tours. You know, like I've never seen the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I have no doubt that they put on a phenomenal show. Anybody who's ever attended is like, oh my God, you think it's going to be one thing and it's another and it's more than that. So, but it's just, that's not scratching me where I itch. Don't care about that stuff.
We went for my mom's birthday one year, and it was really cool.
The Trans-Siberian
Yeah.
Orchestra. Oh, I'm
was a
sure
good
it is.
time.
I mean, I think that it's, you know, I'm sure it's fine. It's just I can't imagine that's a show where I would stand there and be like, I want to do this for the next 2 hours. But Kenny G, the show is called Miracle Holiday and Hits.
So you'll get some of those hits. Get some of that.
I
Kenny G
guess,
stuff.
but yeah. He's doing November the 14th at MGM Northfield Park. So maybe the holiday is Thanksgiving. How come nobody goes on a tour for the holidays and just does Thanksgiving hits?
Wouldn't that be great?
I think so. Now, I don't know what those are.
Happy birthday, Mary.
Thanksgiving hits. Kenny G welcomes Maria Santorum back to Cleveland. Well, because you're doing Hilarities the week of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And that's right after your birthday.
Yes.
Now, and I think you'd be far too modest to notice this or to even mention it. Will part of one of your shows, would you feel better if they set up a birthday balloon drop at some point?
No. That's just more work for the staff to have to clean up balloons and stuff.
Right. But they're doing it in your honor.
I'm also going to be 35.
The
I'm gonna be
conquering hero,
12.
the queen of Cleveland comedy, is returning to her roots, returning whence she came. What's the matter with turning 35?
I'm saying that I don't need like some big celebration.
Well, nobody
Give
needs
me
that
a
at any
little
age,
candle.
but
A low candle in my favorite dessert they have is the chocolate mousse. So give me a low candle in the chocolate mousse and I'll be good to go.
Nick can probably spring for a chocolate mousse for you, right?
You can do that, probably.
Tell you what, I'll even pay for it.
Alan.
I will pick up the tab on the chocolate mousse. Bill, you want to get in on the chocolate mousse tab for Mary's birthday?
Yeah, I'll go all in with that. Half.
all.
Was that like $7.50?
Yeah, you guys are each in for $3. Appreciate you.
That sounds about
You're
right.
welcome.
Hey, that sounds about right.
Hey, whatever.
How
works,
would you
man.
like us in for $0, Mary?
I don't
Because
care what you do.
I'm not feeling a lot of love in this direction all of a sudden.
Listen, you do what you need to
I've
do.
dumped a lot of money on shoes for you over the past few birthdays. I deserve a $3 birthday for you.
You don't have to give me anything.
I like getting you stuff.
$3 mousse works for me.
I shot a moose. So Kenny G at MGM Northfield Park. Those tickets will go on sale this Friday. The show is November the 14th. That's very exciting. If you are somebody who really enjoys those holiday tours, you know, didn't Mariah come around and do something like that?
Yeah.
Did she do? I know.
She did a tour, but like it was like partial hits and then Christmas music too.
Yeah.
That's really sad about happened with her sister and mom.
Gosh.
Oh my God, her
Sister
okay.
and mom died on the same day.
Her mom and sister died. Were they in a car accident?
I think her mom died and then her sister killed herself. I am
Oh.
completely speculating. Complete speculation. But there is not that much information out there.
Okay, so it says So she posted that her mom, Patricia, and her sister, Allison, died on the same day over the weekend. No other details, including Patricia and Allison's causes of death, are known. Her mother was married to, okay, so Mariah's mom, or maybe she took her stepdad's name, I don't know, a Juilliard-trained opera singer and vocal coach. Okay, so this was her, her sister, Allison, and Mariah Carey, and then they have a brother. So her parents divorced when she was 3. Okay, so that's part of the whole thing there. Her relationship with her mother was, quote, complicated. Wow, the same day.
Mm-hmm. The way I read one, somebody wrote it in this, she said, like, the sister was unforeseen. Like that, I don't remember which article it was, but the way they worded it made it sound like it might not have been an accident.
I don't recall if I talked about it here on the show, but it would be a couple years by now that a very, very close friend of mine died. And I didn't find out for a while. And it just gutted me. And the weirdest thing was, her parents didn't really want to talk about it. I tried to hit everybody up and blah, blah, blah. And I was able to infer that she had overdosed. And she had been somebody who had, this was not an accidental, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure it was accidental. But she was somebody who had been dealing with addiction for quite some time.
Is this the one that you had mentioned was recreationally using?
Yes.
And then it escalated?
Yes. Mm-hmm. But anyway, but what you notice a lot in those kinds of obituaries, in hers, it said she passed away after a tragic accident.
Right.
Because her parents didn't want to put in there what it was. So there's all this kind of lingo that some people will use, which is perfectly within their purview to do that. Obviously, it's nobody's business. People who are close would know probably what happened. But it's like, when you're deciphering the listing for an apartment, right? You got to know like the buzzwords.
Yeah.
Cozy means small. Lived in means really, really gross. You're going to be doing a lot of cleaning when you move up in here. But yeah, she passed away after a tragic accident.
So this says, yes, my heart is broken that I've lost my mother this past weekend, sadly, in a tragic turn of events.
There you go.
My sister lost her life on the same day. So I read that her sister struggled with addiction, and her and Mariah, didn't talk because of that. So I'm guessing the mom was, sick and dying, and then the sister either overdosed or something on the same day.
Wow.
Tragic turn of events.
That's
that
very
was the
sad.
phrasing. That was the phrasing. It sucks, dude.
Mariah Carey has gone through some stuff, boy. She really has. She was very young when her manager took her under his wing and then became the head of the label. And then they got married. She married Tommy Mottola. And then that whole thing kind of ran its course. And then she hooked up with Nick Cannon, had a couple of kids. And
she married Eminem, didn't she?
No.
Oh, they dated.
Maybe. I don't know about that.
He's got songs about her.
Is one called Cash and Carry?
No.
Eminem has songs about Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Is Fap God one of them?
So this says he makes references to an alleged relationship, but Mariah Carey has denied that anything ever happened.
Oh, well, it was probably like a love letter then. He was probably just looking for people to rap about, and he's like, oh, Mariah Carey makes it move. I'll do one for her. Why not? I mean, she's only a couple of years older than he is.
Yeah.
Eminem's like my age. I think. Well, she's 55, 56.
I think he's like 56 or something like that.
Eminem?
Isn't he?
Oh, I don't think he's that old. I mean, she's 55 or 56. Eminem is 51 years old, yeah.
He'll turn 52 in a couple weeks.
Yep. And that hair dye is really, really throwing me off. I mean, really throwing me off. Was he bleaching his hair in the Slim Shady days?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but he's gone the other way and is very clearly dyeing his hair now. Yeah. There's a guy who works out in my gym, and I don't see him often, but I saw him yesterday morning. I was fresh off my raccoon kill.
All
and
hopped up.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but all he does, he's an older man. He's probably late 60s, I'd say maybe even early 70s. And he just does the treadmill, but he has a beard and hair. You know, like he's not thinning. I mean, he looks like, and it is jet black dyed, this guy. So he's clearly trying to like keep some kind of vibe going about himself. He's working out, he's doing whatever, but it's very distracting when you see the guy. Jet black dyed beard and hair.
I will never understand it. Like Brian is starting to go gray, and
You're not a guy. I mean, women do a billion things already. Guys, like I started going gray. It's a genetic thing. My mom started going gray in high school. I started going gray, probably college. But I started also messing around with my hair. So it was blonde for a long time. So when I did stuff to it, I wasn't dyeing it because of the gray. I was just effing around with my hair. Well, then I just kind of let it go. And so I talked to my girl and I go, hey, what would you think about me? I mean, at this point, it'd be silly because I would look different overnight.
Yeah.
But then who cares, right? She goes, I'll do whatever you want to do. But she goes, I could charge people to make their hair the color your hair is right now. She goes, nobody looks better when they dye their hair. And I go, I'm not talking about, for the polar blast punishment a few years back, I had to
eyebrows and beard. That
dye
was good,
my beard and eyebrows jet black. It was almost purple. It was so dark.
Yeah.
And I looked good. I'm sorry to tell you, I looked good. I did. Of course I did.
No, you did not.
But at this point, I'm like, who cares?
It never looks natural. That's my problem when men do their hair. I don't know if they're doing it on their own or if they just go.
But there are ways to make it look natural. It's the guys who are buying like just for men and brushing it in there.
I had to have a conversation.
You
with
go to a
somebody
girl,
about
she
that.
can make it look good.
Like a prominent comedian, I was like, "Hey, who's doing your hair?" And he's like, "I just do just for men's." And I'm like,
"Did it look good or no?"
It looked terrible.
Okay.
And I was like, it's so splotchy. And then it grows out in 2 weeks, and you have these gray roots and stuff.
Yeah, no.
And so I was like, you have a girlfriend that knows what to do. Talk to her and have her set her up with somebody that can do if you're going to dye it, do at least a good job, or just let it go gray. It's like, I just feel younger when I'm like, you look stupid.
Well, but again, all that matters is what you think you look like. Right? If you think you look good, well, it does.
I disagree with that.
It's better to look good than to feel good. You know how I feel about this.
But but if you don't actually look good.
That's according to you.
But
he thinks he looks awesome.
All right. Let me give you an example.
There's no guy who dyes his hair and goes, that looks terrible. I'm going to keep doing that. They all think it looks great.
But there are cases where even if he's just seeing the one time and goes, okay, it's not gray. That's making me happy. We all know people that say wear makeup weird.
Yes.
And they go, this looks, and according to them,
yes,
this looks good.
Right. I'm never deviating from this look.
Right.
Yep.
But
the Charlie
we
McCarthy.
all know, like when we see that person, you go, oh, that person looks crazy.
Right.
So if it looks good to you, I guess that's good. But at the same time, if I was wearing something that looked out of place, I'd want someone to say something to me.
Right.
If I looked real ridiculous. Like Mary, you would want the same, right?
Yeah, and I would tell you.
Yeah, I know you would.
If you think for
You're
one
so mean.
second, if I didn't see you, and I'd be like, what the hell is on your face?
Right.
That'd be the first words out of my mouth.
Meaning what? Like if he did what? What would be an example
If he
of that?
came in with dyed hair.
Oh, we're still talking about dye. Okay. It's
Or
not
if
like...
he,
Or just
I don't
something.
know,
If I got my nose
a very
pierced.
clear, a very clear cry for help.
A cry for help. But what if somebody just listen.
If you just want to try a new look.
Yeah, you're looking at
Trying
your
a new
face
look-
for your whole
Trying
life.
a new look is one thing, but there are people that they're trying something and it's not working. And it's not like I told this person that his hair looked bad in front of a ton of people. It was like a personal moment where it's like, hey, it looks splotchy and you can tell that it's just for men. And if you're gonna do it right. And he's like, well, it costs money. I'm like, you're rich, dude. Just do it.
You've got to nail down the box color. You got to F around with some dyes that, can really, because if you
you have to keep up with it because, especially if you're a guy that has a shorter haircut, your hair is growing out constantly.
Yeah.
And so you either have to do it almost every day or just don't do it because like Mary said, it doesn't look great.
Right.
And Mary's
trying to think of what you would show up in. If you wore like skinny jeans, like really tight jeans one day, I'd probably be like, what are you doing? And then if you're like, I like these jeans, I want to try them out, I'd be like, okay. And that's exactly how I would say it. Because I think that gets the point across that I'm like, hey, man, you do you. You wear whatever you want to wear. It doesn't affect my life at all. Weird change up, but...
Well, then why say anything?
Well, he's saying that if he looked weird or bad, he would want someone to say something.
Yeah, but he wouldn't. Most people say that, but they wouldn't think they looked weird because they left the house looking like that.
Right, but then you go...
So then you look in the mirror and you go, I like this look.
I like this. And you go, hey, but I'm seeing you without the mirror, and I'm saying, as a friend, I'm saying, not the look.
And then it's his choice to say, F you, I like this look.
Right.
I'm going to wear whatever I want.
Right.
Right?
Right. But would it require more than one person to tell you? If Mary said, oof, but other people were like, all right.
I would trust...
You trust her over a group of other people going, that's pretty, I like that. That's good. That's a nice change up for you.
Probably.
Yeah, you trust Mary.
I'm not a sugarcoat.
Yeah, and also...
No, I'm not saying those people are lying.
Situation.
I'm not saying they're patronizing you. I'm saying you have a group of other people that go...
they like it.
Yeah. They go, that's good.
Well, then it depends on what you like. If you're getting mixed reviews and you're like, screw it, I like the way that I look.
Yeah, but you already like it because you left the house looking like that.
Right, no, because I've done that since living in New York where I've been playing around with different styles and stuff because I'm like, nobody's looking at me anyway. There's 9 million people here.
Right.
And I'll leave the house and then see a picture of myself and be like, that wasn't it.
So
I tried something new. That wasn't it.
What did you veto?
I had on like baggy pants and like a cropped hoodie. And it just absolutely was not me.
Well,
I
now,
looked at it and I was like, I could not be less, this looks horrible.
Okay, you mean it because all that 90s stuff's coming back. So it's not going to
look. That's why I was like trying to look a little more trendy.
It's not going to look out of place. You just didn't like it on you.
It did not look out of place at all.
The barrel jeans and
yes, I looked at myself in it and I was like, yeah, nobody probably batted an eye. But when I look at the picture, I didn't like the way that I looked.
Gotcha.
Comfortable. Not a fan.
I also wonder, though, if it's a certain look you like, I think it's something that you kind of need to acclimate yourself to. Because when you first see it, you're going to go, whoa, because you haven't been dressing like that. But after a while, you go, this is what it is now.
Yeah.
This is how I'm going to dress. And you are in the perfect situation because you're in New York. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
There's dudes wearing a New York Times loincloth walking around. Nobody cares.
People wearing full furry outfits. You're just like, whatever, man. Just, and they're moving their couch into their apartment. Like, you do what you need to do, man. Whatever.
That's right.
Matters.
You imagine if one of them caught a glance at you and they were like, girl, barrel jeans and a crop hoodie. The guy in the fur dressed up as a cub tiger.
Right.
And he's slagging you on the sidewalk. Bill in Lakewood. Hello.
Hello, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Bill from Lakewood, and hi, Mary from Queens.
Sure.
Something like that?
Yeah.
No, I don't like New York City either. I just wanted to comment on...
He doesn't. He goes, that's all right. I don't like New York City. It's really not for me. New York City.
Been to a couple of Yankee games in Times Square. Yeah, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Too many people. I did want to comment on people dyeing their hair and beard and stuff. The problem is most people, when they go to work and stuff, and you have this new look, then everyone around the coffee machine's going, man, that looks terrible. If you see he dyed his hair and stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's day one. Because one day you looked one way. The next day, it's no different to me than a haircut. You go, whoa. But after a couple of days, people go, nah, okay, that's what he looks like now. Who cares? And then they live their lives. You know, if you can plow through the first few days, if you think you look good, you plow through it.
Most people, especially guys, that's why ball caps are so, why we spend so much money on ball caps. I mean, really, you're going bald and your beard's getting gray, whatever. As long as they have a job and making money.
Right.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
no, I get it. I mean, I'm less prone to, you know, when I grow my hair out, I'm less prone to grow my beard because that's all white, and I don't want to walk around looking like Santa.
you're in a non-whatever way these days, you're a handsome man with a full set of hair.
Well, yeah. I mean, men in my family die with full heads of hair. I got no problem with that. But I'm just saying, like, it's,
Right.
you know, it would be whatever. Whatever.
Everyone on my side of the family has been bald since they've been 25.
Right. Oh, God. I remember the guy that lived next door to me my sophomore year in college. He was, like, bald. I'm like, oh, my God. And he wasn't a great-looking guy. I'm like, you just got kicked in the nuts by genetics and nature, and holy cow.
Yeah.
I hope you find a woman to love you, because there's nothing going on here. Wow.
Give him something. Like, give him a full head of hair. But I did have a buddy who's 25, full set of hair like you, ghost white, just pure white.
See, I think that's a rad look.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'd rather have that, the Jim Jarmusch or the Steve Martin, than this, like, dirty salt and pepper thing.
That was back in the disco era, though, so somehow I got old. That wasn't a great look. So
well, listen,
anyway,
we've got our health, Bill, right?
Everyone's beautiful on the inside.
Yeah, well, yeah, some people are ugly on the inside.
Smokers.
I'm jealous of everyone that looks better than me.
All right, thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood. I got to take a break. I got $50 to Blue Heron Brewery for you. I got an awesome patio, menus on point, got voted best brewery by the Ohio Craft Brewers Association. So their bona fides are pretty solid. And then 5:30, next keyword, it'll be the last of the day until tomorrow to get you to Vegas. Get you $1,000 and a trip for you and a pal to our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy tonight, thunderstorms after midnight, low 71. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, slight chance of afternoon thunderstorms. Tomorrow's high 87. Partly sunny Thursday, slight chance of rain. Thursday's high, about 85.
This report is sponsored by Cuyahoga County Public Library.
My name is Mary Ann. I'm a librarian and two-time Jeopardy champion. I love that my Cuyahoga County Public Library card gives me access to free online learning platforms like LinkedIn Learning, Creative Bug, and more. Discover more at cuyahoga-library.org.
Hey everyone, it's time to say goodbye to summer and drive into fall in a new Ken Ganley Kia. Over 800 new Kias in stock and on sale. 24 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. That's $89 a month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? If you owe $5, $7, or even $10,000 more than it's worth, we want to pay it off and get you into a new Kia at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman, or online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer plus tax tag title and
right, how about $50 to Blue Heron Brewery out there in Medina? Perfect place to go. Just do something a little out of the way. Date night, family night, whatever. They were voted best brewery by Ohio's craft brewers. Got a great menu. Seasonal dishes. Great patio. You can reserve your spot online. Go to blueheronmedina.com. We got a whole thing going on out there. You'll have a good time. So a $50 gift card to get you going to Blue Heron Brewery. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man. He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians playing tonight. The third of 4 against Kansas City Royals. Lost the first 2. A doubleheader. So 6:40 tonight is your first pitch. We'll get you right into it. And then 1:10 tomorrow afternoon. And the Guardians stick around through the weekend to host Pittsburgh Pirates. But you'll hear all of it tonight on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app, your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. And, yeah, $1,000 minutes away for you. You get these keywords a handful of times. Rover, Stansbury, me. And it's $1,000 in your pocket, and then you and a friend go to Vegas for the iHeartRadio Music Festival, 20th and 21st of next month at the T-Mobile Arena. Mike and Parma suggesting, Alan, great horn for your broken horn. You want a novelty horn. Remember the video of the 2 lynx screaming at each other in Canada? Remember that one? The people who kind of pull up on these 2 animals?
Yeah.
The lynx. And they're just standing there growling or screaming at each other. I mean, I could isolate part of that for a horn.
Sounds fake.
This is so freaking cool. It's so cool. Who runs into this?
Who runs into this? Oh, it's so cool. Why do people have to narrate the video? Nothing you have to say is going to be more interesting than these 2 animals in the middle of nowhere screaming at each other.
I want to know what the beef is.
These viral videos that people post and they blow up, and halfway through, they're turning it to selfie mode and they're mugging for the camera, and then they're turning. You could barely get the whole fight in the frame anyway. As long as camera phones and video have been all around now, I still don't get the people who are like running around filming the ground while there's people fighting inside a Waffle House. I mean, if you're trying to like do it surreptitiously, that's one thing. But by the time it's a full-on brawl, everybody has their camera phone out. Or just their phone. Everybody has their phone out. I don't get the people that are like pointing at the ground. Like, bro, get it in the frame. I mean, the only reason I'm upset is because I'd have to, I don't want that guy's voice to be my horn. Hey, get out of the way. It's this
There's
guy.
enough there, though.
This guy going,
down, yeah.
Who gets to see that? Wow, what a horn.
Nature.
Nature and stuff.
Hey guys, so I tried wearing short duck shorts one time to a music festival, actually back in July. I'm a 29-year-old straight male, and these were short shorts. Ducks all over. Felt kind of uncomfortable, figured why not. Stopped at a rest stop to get some food and some drinks on the way. I've never gotten more comments from truckers talking about how nice the duckies were. That was a positive pant move.
What are duck shorts?
I think they just had ducks on
like
them.
a duck print on it.
Oh, I thought that was like a style of shorts or so. Oh, he had, I see. Short duck shorts.
Who wears short shorts? We wear short shorts. If you dare wear short shorts, Nair for short shorts.
If you want your legs short shorts bare without nicks and cuts, just take up the Nair and take off the hair.
If you dare wear short shorts, Nair for short shorts.
Nair, lotion, cream, foam, and new lemon spray. Nair for short shorts.
Lemon spray. Your legs smelling like lemons?
Nice and fresh.
Is Nair still a thing?
I have never known a person who used it.
I used it once.
Did you really?
Yeah, I tried it on my balls. Don't do that.
You
it
did
worked.
not.
I swear I did.
Didn't it burn?
I mean, it wasn't the worst burn.
Why don't you just use shaving cream?
I tried it, man.
What do you got, sandpaper nuts?
No,
you put Nair on your balls.
I did, and it made them
Were
very
you like
smooth.
10?
No, it was like 22, 23.
Isn't it relatively caustic? Like, not to the point where you'd feel it on your legs, but you'd feel it on your nuts.
It's a little bit, but it was not the best feeling, but it didn't, like, damage them or anything like that.
All right.
But, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Nair.
It was 20 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
And didn't become, like, a regular thing that I was like, this worked great.
So what precipitated you doing that? I mean, you said you had already tried just shaving cream?
I mean, I tried shaving cream. I don't know. I think somebody recommended it to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually not so bad. I was like, I mean, listen, I was smooth as a baby.
Oh, absolutely,
my
yeah.
was very smooth.
I'll tell you what, once you get that undercarriage like glass, baby, you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't the way for a long time. You want to talk
the
about...
grow back is the worst, though.
You don't let it grow back.
Well, that's the thing. If you use Nair, shaving is going to be
I see.
Painful.
I see. See, I go to Mary's Girl. I get my balls lasered.
I don't get lasered.
You don't get your balls
You don't get your balls
lasered?
No, my prostate, I get lasered, but not my balls.
Mary, you don't have a prostate.
Except that I do.
Wait, you get prostate lasers?
Yeah.
Wow. Pew, 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 pew.
Big fan.
Mary's
Wow.
I can tell Mary's so excited.
Why?
What?
Because you're going gambling.
I know.
I can just see like how like excited.
Who loves lasers?
You and your roommate's mom.
Lasers. Pew 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 pew.
That's tonight?
Yeah.
Is that when she's leaving early?
Yeah. They were watching slot
doing
videos
research
together.
last night.
What's the game?
Wait, what were you doing?
We were watching YouTube videos of slot machines. I've talked about doing that before.
Yeah.
But I found out her mom watches the same guys that I do. So we
Oh,
were watching
okay.
and we know the guys. So we're like watching it and talking
Oh, so
strategy.
you guys are
and-
like bonding like crazy. Then.
Oh, yeah. Sarah's laughing at us like, you guys are idiots, both of you. But
she already knew this about her mother.
yeah.
You win $10,000 again.
What
you have
would
to
you
give me
do?
an allowance.
I'm not giving you anything.
Boy, could you imagine that if she
If I
won
go
again?
hit
Like
again?
huge. Yeah.
That'd be sweet.
That would be crazy. It's like those people who win the lottery twice in a year on a scratcher.
Yeah.
Or some dumb crap, you know?
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
But you're just doing free play, right?
I got 175 in free play, and then Sarah and I are making like a stupid video.
Mhm.
So we're I'm just gonna use my free play, and then it's honestly more for her mom, and then we're gonna shoot some content. But her mom was like, "Oh, I love that." She's a big casino fan.
Did you get all of your stereotypical aunt clothing?
So we changed it up because we were like, your aunts at the casino. We were gonna be like our generation's aunts, so like
Oh.
baby boomers.
Yeah.
But then we decided we're gonna be like
Millennial
us,
aunts.
like
Mhm.
millennial aunts.
Yep.
And I was like,
Sleeve tats.
it's kind of annoying that all of these clothes are coming out of my closet that I've worn in the last year to be a stereotypical like 40-something aunt, you know? So we were talking about it last night, and I was like, which way do we want to go with this? Like, do we want to hurt our own feelings a little bit, or do we want it to be, because if we dress up as like 70-year-old ladies, it's going to be cartoonish and silly, and it'll get the point across. I was like, or we just basically go as ourselves. And so we're going to do that. We've already got some lines written. It's going to be fun. I'm excited.
And that's tonight.
Yes, that's tonight.
At what casino?
It's called Mount Airy.
You're going back to the Poconos?
Yeah, it's the closest one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, there's one
Why do I think the Poconos is a haul from you?
No.
It's like 70 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
No, it's not far at all. There's one by JFK.
Does your room have a hot tub? Hot tub?
I don't think so. It's a double bed, so I'm assuming it's just a regular bid. But there's a casino by JFK that's really has horrible reviews. And I've had friends who've gambled. They're like, do not even waste your money. The machines are all old. They don't do table games. Like, it's terrible. And then there's Atlantic City is like the next closest thing, which is like 2.5 hours with no traffic. It can take you like 4 with traffic.
There's no casino in New Jersey?
Atlantic City.
Atlantic City.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, so why aren't you going to Atlantic City?
Well, because it's way further. It's like 2.5 hours with no traffic, but it can take you up to 4 hours to get to Atlantic City.
And Poconos is.
It's just a straight.
I thought the
straight
Poconos
shot.
Straight shot.
Really?
Just going west, yeah.
Pennsylvania.
The city is called Mount Pocono. I don't know if that's the technical Poconos.
There's a place called Poconos.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the technical.
Well,
if
yeah,
that's what, a
it is,
national
but
forest
it's like
or
2.5
something?
hours.
No, it is not.
Really?
It's
what am I
literally
looking
like
at?
70 miles.
I'm
I don't
looking-
know what
I'm
you're
look-
looking at.
Well, that's why when you said that, I was like, what?
Yeah.
On the turnpike from Astoria, Queens to Mount Pocono?
Yeah.
It says 2.5 hours.
I
mean, you know because you've gone, but I was
Yeah.
like, Poconos are in Pennsylvania. You're in
Yeah.
Queens.
I'll put it in right now. Well, it might be different now too because it's 5:30, so getting out of the city might be a pain in the ass.
Right, but I'm saying that doesn't make the town closer to you. It just, I obviously you know because you went. I just thought that it was farther away.
What's the casino called? Mount Airy?
Mount Airy. A-I-R-Y. Hey, Scott.
74 miles.
Hi.
Wow. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Bill was talking about putting Nair on his balls. Well, when I was a kid, I put Afterbite Care on mine, and it was the most painful thing I've ever felt in my life, I think.
Yeah. Because that's got some active ingredient in it that just puts your nuts on fire, right?
Oh, my God. I was probably 10 or 11, and I had some chafing, so that made it even worse. And it was like the worst thing ever.
Yeah. I mean, I would think like, yeah. That sounds like more of a calamine lotion type situation than anything else.
I was 10 or 11.
Understood. You didn't have an authority figure. You didn't have a guy to go, hey, don't put that Afterbite stick on your balls, little Scott.
Well, I'm not gonna be like, hey, Pops, you think this is a good idea?
Yeah, I guess. Well, you live and you learn, right?
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
I learned.
Other half of that story is it turned out to be Scott's thing. So to this day, he gets all riled up by putting Afterbite down there and drives the ladies crazy. Okay, thank you, Scott. I'm glad you lived to tell the tale.
Thank you.
All right, there's Scott. Hey, I got a trip to Vegas for you. It is $1,000 off the bat, and then trip. You and a pal, the iHeartRadio Music Festival back at the T-Mobile Arena in a few weeks. Airfare, hotel, tickets to the event, the whole bit. So listen closely. Good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
WMMS. Hey guys, Curtis from Columbus here. You guys on Friday were talking about the first R-rated movie you ever saw in the theaters. My parents let me watch a lot of effed up movies when I was a kid. The first movie R-rated I saw in the theaters, my mom took me to see the Keanu Reeves Dracula movie. And I was probably 9 years old when I saw that. And the grotesque violence, the nudity, everything else didn't really bother my mom. Just watched. She covered my eyes, I think, for the nudity. And then again, not in the theater, but we rented Pulp Fiction when it came out on VHS, and we're watching it. And I was probably 10, 11 years old whenever that came out. And the 5 minutes into the movie, the amount of profanity in that movie, my parents paused it and looked at me and my brother and said, "Don't repeat anything you see in this movie." And then just continued to play it.
It's good parenting.
Yeah, my wife doesn't understand how I watched all these movies when I was a kid. My parents let me watch them. So, yeah, that's mine. I think I got everybody beat. 9 years old watching Dracula.
Dracula and Pulp Fiction.
But again, we watched movies. Like, we would sneak and watch movies. Like, I remember watching Alien when I was probably 8 years old or so. But seeing it in a theater is a whole different experience, too.
The most horrifying thing about that Dracula film, the Francis Ford Coppola version, is Keanu's British accent. Send chills up your spine. Pulp Fiction. I saw Pulp Fiction in the theater, and I was blazed out of my gourd. I had to go see it again because I barely knew what happened in that movie.
Watched at my friend Zach's house, and it was awesome.
Alan, there have to be casinos in Connecticut Mary can go to.
Maybe.
They're like an hour away. So how did you land on the Pocono? How did you land on Mount Airy?
This is the one Brian and I went to. That
No,
I won at.
No, I understand. But how did you end up? Oh, that was because you guys were doing a getaway?
Yes.
But you had been there before.
Yes, but also this is like I went there one time before, and then they comped me a room and gave me free play to come back. So Brian and I went back, used the comp room, used the free play.
I see. Gotcha.
Then we won big. So it's just like I get stuff here. I get free rooms. I get free play. I got free buffet. If we can, we're not going to make it there by 8, but if we can make it there by 8, we all give free buffet.
So one time you went and they gave you a free night on $175?
Bro, it is not that hard. They want people coming back to those casinos.
So what's the minimum? Like what?
And they also usually have like certain, like if it's like a super busy weekend, you can't use the free nights on that and stuff.
Right.
But usually, they want bodies in the casino, so they'll give you, come on back.
But how much do you think is the minimum they want people? I mean, if you go and spend $50, they're not going to give you an overnight.
No.
It's like a point system. So it depends on how many like points you acquire. And it's like, I don't know if it's a direct, 90% of the time, they're not like $1 per point.
Right.
It's always some weird scale.
You're putting your card in and they're tracking those cards.
Right.
Yeah.
You sign up for those little rewards cards and then you get your free stuff.
Alan, your novelty horn should absolutely be the merry, mocking voice saying, hey, this is Alan, get out of the way.
Well, hello, you're in my way. I could give you a couple. That's Blinker. What, you're not going to wave when I let you over? You're going to need a whole panel.
Yeah. A bunch of hotkeys.
Yeah. The light's green. You need to go.
You sound like, God, what's the baby duck in the cartoons? When the duck is born, it's like, not Baby Huey, but a long time ago, like Tom and Jerry cartoons when the baby duck was running around.
Jerry has to take care of the duck.
Yeah,
like,
I want my mama.
My mama won't sit. I shouldn't be around with no cats.
I want my mama.
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's old.
My nieces watch Big City Greens, and they tell me I sound like Tilly Green.
Yes. Well, that's kind of more like Appalachia, but my daughter loves that show, too. Yeah, that is close. Yeah,
well, the Tilly Green is basically Ruth Langmore mixed with the mocking voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I don't even know what to say.
Don't swear.
No, I'm trying to think of a Tilly Green phrase. I don't know the show that well, but she would be like, well, Cricket, we're going out and we're going to see the world in a different way.
Yeah.
Figure out what's wrong with you. Look me in the eyes, girl. Wow, have you gone dry?
Is she okay? Shh. You mustn't break the link.
I understand. I know what's wrong with Melissa. She's a dog.
I know what's wrong with Melissa. She's a dog.
It is. It's very Ruth Langmore.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that was an easy transition because I literally put Ruth Langmore and my mocking voice together and you get Tilly Green.
Mock. Yeah. Somebody said Foxwoods, but that's way up the coast, isn't it? Foxwoods is not around
in Connecticut.
Right, but that's I feel like
I think
Foxwoods
it's probably around the same amount of time, like 2.5 hours or so.
Well,
but
listen,
if she's getting the free stuff from the one, then that's where she goes.
And the Poconos are a beautiful part of the state.
You get on the turnpike and you can fly. Once you get out of the city, it's like the drive to New Jersey is trash. It is nothing but toll roads. It's nothing but traffic. Which
it's
is
like a toll booth every 10 feet.
Dude,
you gotta listen to the Soprano song the whole time.
I've done shows in Atlantic City, and the one time it took me like 4 hours. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculous. But then once you cross the border into Pennsylvania, it's like you're cruising.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I think it's fun that you and your roommate and her mom You guys are, it's going to be romantic for you
I don't know
guys.
about romantic.
Staying over there. All right.
out.
So you got to go then.
I'm out.
Okay. Well, I hope you don't win any money.
Alan! What is wrong with you?
You just won 10 grand, dude.
So what?
No, Alan, remember, she said if she wins money, she's giving us a bunch of it.
He doesn't
She
need it.
did
He's a
not
millionaire,
say
remember?
that.
I'll take it.
A, I am not a millionaire, and
I'll
B,
take
she
Alan's
did
cut.
not. She did not.
Well, now you're
say
definitely
that.
not getting anything.
Double cut for Bill.
No. I don't know yet. We'll see.
All right, we'll have fun.
If I win another 10 grand, we'll talk about it.
I don't need your pity.
Maybe.
You and Bill talk
I
about
want your pity.
You'll take all the pity you got. All right, I'll break here. Mary's off to the casino. Bill and I will return. If you want to get a text here, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
See, now that Mary's gone early, we can talk about whatever we want.
Yeah.
She can't huff or complain.
It's not fun to talk about when she's not here, though.
It's a lot of guys checking in on the app, by the way, about their misadventures as young men with their balls.
Yeah, I imagine I was not the only one to do such a thing.
I think most men try nair at least once, and like Bill said, it's on their balls. With varying results. For me, it burned like hell. Hey, Joe, baby.
Burn like I never did that.
I mean, I don't.
I fully understand people trying it, but I never.
Yeah,
never did
I don't think it burned enough that I was like, I'm never doing this again.
Right.
But I don't think it didn't get to the point where I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. Or
right.
Like that.
The hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because like when Dr. Ryan Berglund is here, right?
Yeah.
He has said it on a couple of occasions because people asked, and then it kind of became not a running joke, but a running confirmation. He's like, hey, if you have warts down there,
don't burn them off yourself.
Don't burn them off yourself. It is amazing the kind of frontier medicine that people will subject themselves to, given the opportunity. And obviously, if you're young and you don't know, you're just kind of learning how everything works in the first place. But I can't imagine. That's what's most funny to me. We're not talking about young guys. Because young guys, they're not, you're not 11 years old.
I lived on my own. So
that's what I'm saying. Like you were a young adult.
I was a young adult.
You weren't like 11 going, I want these really smooth because you got nothing down there anyway when you're
in my $230 a month apartment in Tremont.
Yep.
Very different Tremont back then.
Mm-hmm.
Back in 2008, my buddy's mom took me and her son to Tammy Pescavelli for our birthdays when we turned 18. And when we got home, his little brother, who was probably like 15, 16, was in the bathroom screaming. And when we got upstairs, he had his stuff in the sink trying to run water across it because he used Icy Hot to rub and tug.
Amazing.
Icy Hot. That was the only thing in the house that this kid could find was Icy Hot. Never tried that either. Wow. The things you dudes will come up with.
We're getting requests to talk about boobs and butts since Mary's not here.
Oh.
I like boobs and butts.
I like both.
Done.
They're all great. We did that.
We did it.
They're all great.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been an ass man, but I have such reverence for breasts. And you know what? It's such a it's well-tread ground, but it is such a chemical thing for straight guys, and maybe even gay dudes too. I'm sure they don't necessarily see them as sexual, but there might be something in just the male brain that goes, boobs. And for straight,
cool.
Yeah, for straight guys, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
It's like link back to breastfeeding and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but
I
not
don't think it's that. I think they just look awesome.
Well, because a lot of dudes didn't get breastfed.
But I mean,
and when you did,
but it's
you
like they can like the way that you're like, oh, I like the big boobs because I know it's the boobs will be able to feed my kids. But
like an ancient thing, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, like some instinctual thing.
Yeah.
But I think it just looks good.
Yeah.
Curvy things are nice.
Curvy things are nice. I was reading about Chinese teenagers.
Oh, so we're done talking about boobs.
No, well, Chinese teenagers are being told to master their sexual desires by playing badminton. I don't know where they came up with this, But
so this is to keep them from masturbating.
Yeah, well, yes.
Or
to curb their sexual urges. They're trying to, as a now this is China.
So they're saying
so they really
the way to curb your sexual desires is to slap around a shuttlecock?
Yes, I don't know how they arrived at this. But listen, China is a place that they have a lot of incentive to try to discourage premarital sex. They're like, we already have enough people here.
Yeah.
You ever gone to Hong Kong? It's one of the most congested areas on the entire planet. For whatever reason, they have published and disseminated these teaching materials telling young girls and boys to master their sexual desires by playing badminton. A 70-page document. You need 70. What does it include? Badminton rules? Or you need 70 pages to tell people, hey, don't whack it, play badminton. I mean, you can reduce that to a keep calm and carry on poster or something. Don't whack it, play badminton. Now I'm calling it bagminton. A pound cake on the brain. Badminton. Well, it is an Olympic sport. And, you know, young kids are trying to turn playing with themselves into an Olympic sport. They're giving this out to children ages 12 to 14, which includes a section telling a boy and a girl who are studying together to go outside and play badminton together if they become aroused. Now, we look at this and go, ha, 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 have a good larf. Maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe there's something in this. Maybe they're on to something. Another example in this document stated that a young couple who saw each other, a couple who saw another couple engaging in intimate behavior should, quote, leave the scene immediately. Like it's a crime, right? And go enjoy the sight of flowers and trees in a park. I understand the notion that governments and education systems and whatever are always trying to curtail the hormonal urges of kids. It's just damn near impossible. You have to hope that somebody has gotten it through your brain, even though that's half working when you're at that point in your life, to be like, hey, whenever possible, try to make good decisions. It's got nothing to do with badminton or going to the park and looking at flowers and trees. Of course, there are critics of this document, even in China, because it refers to premarital sex as deviant and out of touch and regressive. None of which is true, of course. And then there's a commitment form in there.
What about postmarital sex, like after you're divorced?
Yeah!
Does it matter then?
Well, what
is it premarital sex again?
Well, that's a gray area. But what do what do a lot of divorced couples say? Boy, we get along better now that we're not married. I mean, did you and your ex-wife get along better after you got divorced?
I mean, mostly because I don't have to talk to her very often.
Is that what it is?
I mean, we get along. Like we don't fight. Like I saw her on Sunday at my niece's 1-year birthday. And,
right.
You know, we talk and we text each other from time to time. But like, we are also never like a fighty couple either.
Well, but that creates its own problems. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a fighty guy either, but my ex-wife and I were always kind of bickering about something. But again, we have children too.
Yeah.
So
that's usually what we talk about is the kids.
Right. But it took us a long time I should say it took her a long time to get along with me.
Mm-hmm. You're Captain Fun.
Well, like
What's
the kids are older now, but like when they were younger, and we split up when they were young. So when they were younger, it's like, you know, it was a long, long, hard road to get to where they are now. But
the first year was a little rough in patches, but we got over it, and we've been good ever since.
But I'm taking the circuitous route here. There's a lot of people who will have like a severance pop with their ex-spouse, and I don't know that that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's not.
They go,
that's not the course we took.
We get along so well now, and then you kind of fall back into some kind of physical pattern. I had a buddy who was banging his ex-wife for a while. Unbeknownst to She was dating somebody, and he was nailing his ex-wife. Well, I should say, they were nailing each other. She was there. She knew about it. She wasn't passive. It wasn't like he was doing it to her. They were doing it together. So over there in China, they're really trying to get these kids, they're throwing everything against the wall, shuttlecock included. And they throw in a lot of the old standbys. It feels very, I know there's even though it's kind of a weird form of communism over there in China, there is a kind of a weird, kind of Jesus-y vibe in what happens,
Well, it's they still want the control over people.
It's like a state religion. Yeah,
It's
first and foremost, it's about that.
Do what we say. Mm-hmm. That's a really big part of China.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. How can they book a court, and people have normal questions. How can they book a badminton court on such short notice?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
I got a boner. Can I go play badminton?
Well, that's why you have to bring your own kit, probably. You bring your own badminton set. Their education secretary, of course, says there's nothing wrong with the guide at all. They're just trying to, say it with me, because we do it here, protect children. Ah, yes. The old protect children. We do such a great job of it here. I'm sure they do a bang-up job over there in China as well. As a dude I heard from one of our Kentucky bureau chiefs. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, wherever you are, if you're out of state, tell me where you post up. Holly is in Durant, Iowa. John's in Memphis. You have people all over the place. And one of the Kentucky bureau chiefs sent me a photo of the guy who was removed from the Kentucky State Fair art. Do you see this?
Yeah.
He won third place in the Kentucky State Fair's miniature contest. These are people who are creating art that was shrunken down in great detail. And he came in third. A guy named Preston Poling. And he got the white ribbon. I'll show it here on the live stream. See if it immediately catches your eye as to the reason that it got... if you know, you know. It's one of those things. And that's what he said. He goes, I thought it would be kind of funny. If you know, you know. I didn't realize, somebody ratted him out, I think.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the people walking around putting ribbons on the Kentucky State Fair contest knew what was up. But his miniature scene was just a room with white walls and a black leather couch and a wooden office desk and a computer and a little camera there. And he created a miniature version of the casting couch, which is in a lot of porn videos. The girl is sitting there and the guy's talking to her about, this is her
Just
first
like,
time.
This is how things are going to go. So I need to make sure you can do this and make sure you can do that. And, it usually starts like, well, let me see your body. Stand up, turn around, or something like that. I don't know. I don't watch those kind of things. I play badminton.
I grab my racket and I shut my laptop.
Yep.
But but somebody gave him third place.
Nice.
They disqualified him though.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Let the man cook.
He said, my first thought, because of some of the publicity, because people had taken photos, it started to go viral. He goes, when some friends told him that the piece was missing, he thought somebody stole it. So he went back there to find out what happened, and the state fair officials told him that it was removed because it was deemed inappropriate. He submitted 4 pieces for the contest. One of them was the casting couch set. He also won Best in Show. He did a miniature scene from The Walking Dead.
The man's got talent.
Yeah. He just thought he was trying to be tongue-in-cheek about it, if you'll pardon the pun. And obviously you want to draw a crowd. What's the matter with that? Come on, Kentucky. Yeah, you got a Democratic governor there. Kentucky's leaning more and more to the left every day. They get some...
I know, right? Kentucky's more progressive than Ohio at this point.
Most states are more progressive than Ohio at this point.
I know, but you wouldn't think Kentucky.
Yeah, I know. Yep. But this guy's online, and he's well known in the miniature art community. He's known as the bearded miniaturist, and he's been doing this for a while. But yeah, he did the casting couch. I'd love to be there when somebody ratted him out.
Yeah, when they figured it out.
Hey, this is
well, somebody voted for it knowing what it was too.
Yeah, of course.
There wasn't one judge. There's somebody's like, this is a good one.
A panel of judges. You know, it speaks to me, and I can't figure out why. There's something subliminal about it. Alan, when I was 12, I dug planter's warts out of the bottom of my heel with a steak knife.
Yeah,
because I was afraid the doctor would hurt me.
Did you hurt yourself?
Don't whack it, grab a racket. There you go. That's the perfect...
will that rhyme work in Mandarin?
Don't make me do the voice. Listen, I don't know if it will or not. I know.
Do it.
At least China is trying to get people physically active, Alan. Here we would sit kids in front of a Bible and say, if you sin, God will hate you. That is true.
Yeah.
If you got to get them up and moving, you know, get them running around. Now, we haven't cornered the market on obesity anymore. You know, most of the stuff available, most things are available processed food-wise around the world, or they have their own, and, you know, so. There's probably people who need to get up and moving everywhere around the world. You like to move it. So, yeah. Next time, and again, whatever kind of community you're in, you know, if you are in one that might frown on premarital activities, just keep badminton in the back of your mind, and it might serve you well.
I watched a little bit of that during the Olympics.
Badminton.
They're pretty impressive.
I don't know. We must have had a set, because I remember as a kid playing badminton a lot. And so my dad must have, because I do remember on occasion the pain in the ass that was setting that net up. Because when you take it down, you just kind of roll it up like scrolls, and then you got to untangle it. I do remember doing that.
I just remember that.
Because it was pretty low impact, and it's fun, and it, you know.
That felt like one of those things that we'd only play when we'd have family get-togethers. And it would just be out, and then kids would play it for like we never kept score.
Right.
We never took it serious.
And there's no learning curves, like little kids can play it.
We'd play it for like 10 minutes and be like, this sucks, let's go play something else. Or we turn it into like a baseball type of game or something.
Yeah. Boy, you didn't bring any good mitten? This blows.
It's a common trend right now to advertise stuff as street corn, street food. But I don't like that because it makes me think it came off the street. And I don't like that.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, there you go. I don't like street food because it sounds like it came off the street. Well, if anybody starts selling raccoon tacos in my neck of the woods, I'm going to know exactly what happened.
Eat your street corn.
Yep. Where'd you get that corn? It's street corn.
Corn's for the streets.
I got it off the street. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man?
If you zoom in on that casting couch picture of the miniature,
yep,
you could see what looks like butt cheeks in the center cushion.
Oh, can you really? Yeah, the detail on it, because he even did a smaller version of it on the screen of the computer. Yeah,
beautiful. I love art.
Butt cheeks.
Really
it's fantastic.
I love art.
All right, because of you, Rick, I'm going to zoom in when I go to a break.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, thank you. There's Rick. Art is beautiful. Little butt cheeks.
I'm glad Mary left for this one because she'd be like, I like porn and I don't like art.
I don't like porn is art.
That's what I'm saying.
Some people think that it's a
art.
more base form of art, but of course. You might not like their acting style. These aren't girls that came out of the Meisner school, but they are working hard to pretend like they're having a good time. And that, you got to respect that. Is it the same Rick?
Do.
No, different one.
Wow, 2 Ricks in a row, Bill.
They
were getting Rick rolled, but we were not. All right, Rick.
Yeah, you guys were talking about badminton, and it's funny. Everybody always talks about it, and it's like this weird sport. I play in a badminton tournament every 4th of July, and this tournament's been going for like 70-plus years.
Oh, good for you.
What's
Are
the
you
prize?
are you good at it? I mean, or is it just fun and stupid, or are you enjoy it and you're good at it?
Oh no, it gets really, really intense because how we play it, where the net comes off, is off the side of a big like garage barn, so you're allowed to play it off the wall.
Oh, so you've kind of you've modified it to make it more entertaining and challenging.
Yes. And
Well, let me ask you this,
the-
because I said earlier maybe they know something we don't there in China. Has it made you less likely to engage in autoerotic activities?
If I'm playing it, then yeah. I guess that's
While
a
he's
complete turn-off.
playing it,
Not
yeah.
that coordinated.
Rick's like, they're like, why does Rick always have one hand down his shorts?
Is there a prize if you win it?
Yeah, every team, it's like $20 a team, and then depending on how many teams we have, the second place gets your money back, and the winners win the rest of it.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Have you ever won it?
So you yes, 2 years ago I won.
On the 4th of July, no less.
Yes, every morning we started before the parade starts. So we got to we started at like 7:00 in the morning.
Wow. All right. So you're all about
Yeah,
it being in the. You're
So
all.
it's a good prize then.
Yeah.
It's a pretty.
Exactly. We're doing it again this weekend for Labor Day. We do a blind draw, so everybody just shows up and you pull names out of a hat to see who your partner is.
So you're all about it being in the Olympics.
Oh yeah. We watched it. Me and my sons. We watched it in the Olympics, and watching that is way more intense than how we play.
Wow. I guess so. All right. Thank you, Rick. Good luck out there.
Because it's one of those games that it's so fast but so slow at the same time.
Yes.
Because the shuttlecock doesn't keep, it, like they whack it real hard, but then it still slows down.
It's not a consistent velocity.
It's
Yeah.
fun.
Slap,
it's fun
slapping sounds.
All right. I'm going to take the last break here. Shoot me the last word if you want to text 35192 640. We will get you right into first pitch. It is game 3 of 4 in that series at Progressive Field. Guardians and Royals coming up.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on